Excellencies, we used to talk about climate action as being mostly about saving future generations. But there's been a seismic shift in the global climate crisis. Because the climate crisis is fast becoming an economy killer right now, today, in this political cycle. Climate impacts are carving up to 5% off GDP in many countries. The climate crisis is a cost of living crisis because climate disasters are driving up costs for households and businesses. Worsening climate impacts will put inflation on steroids unless every country can take bolder climate action. Let's learn the lessons from the pandemic, when billions suffered because we didn't take the collective action fast enough, when supply chains were smashed. Let's not make that mistake again. Climate finance is global inflation insurance. Rampant climate costs should be public enemy number one. Letting this issue languish halfway down cabinet agendas is a recipe for disaster. But this isn't just about saving your economies and your people. Bolder climate action can drive economic opportunity and abundance everywhere. Cheap, clean energy can be the bedrock of your economies. It means more jobs, more growth, less pollution choking cities, healthier citizens, and stronger citizens, stronger businesses. Billions of people simply cannot afford for their government to leave COP29 without a global climate finance goal. So for leaders here and back in capitals, make it clear that you expect a strong set of outcomes. Tell your negotiators, skip the posturing and move directly to finding common ground. Bring those positions together. We also need your direct engagement on new national climate targets and plans, NDCs. So all of you can benefit from the boom in clean energy and climate resilience. These are not easy times, but despair is no strategy, and it's not warranted. Our process is strong, and it will endure. After all, international cooperation is the only way humanity survives global heating. The time for hand-wringing is over, so let's get on with the job. I thank you.
Thank you, Executive Secretary. It is my singular pleasure to invite His Excellency Philemon Yang, President of the United Nations General Assembly, to deliver a message to the plenary. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we meet at a moment of great need. We must undertake several measures to avert further climate disaster and ensure our resilience. How can we do that? Firstly, we must deliver on the necessary finance commitments. Let me be clear, without financing, climate action will simply not happen. So a first key outcome of COP29 must be the delivery of a new collective quantified goal for climate finance to address the unmet promise of $100 billion per year to support developing countries in their climate response. Climate finance should be additional to official development assistance. To put it simply, no developing country should have to choose between sustainable development and addressing climate change. We need to achieve both at the same time. I am pleased to note that the Loss and Damage Fund exists since last year, and I hope to see ambitious pledges towards it as we go forward. Excellencies, a second key outcome of COP29 must be to continue to pursue efforts while reaffirming our goal to limit global temperatures as we agreed to in Paris and last September with the Pact for the Future. Our third outcome at COP29 is to fix the adaptation dilemma. As it stands, current global financial flows for adaptation, both private and public, remain insufficient, as highlighted by the sixth assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. As a result, our capacity to implement effective adaptation strategies and build resilience, particularly in developing nations, remains severely limited. We must do much better, striving to build momentum from the Pact for the Future, which member states adopted last September. The Pact was crafted to reinvigorate our multilateral system and make much needed progress in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. COP29 is an opportunity to do just that, delivering meaningful outcomes that demonstrate solidarity in the face of immense adversity. As we look towards COP30 to be hosted by Brazil, we must recognize the need to significantly enhance international cooperation and the international enabling environment to stimulate ambition in the next round of nationally determined contributions. Excellencies, we commend Azerbaijan's presidency of COP29. The COP29 presidency's initiatives, such as the Climate Action Finance Fund, demonstrate that Azerbaijan is leading correctly and should be an example for all of us. Excellencies, the urgency of the climate crisis requires decisive action. To do that, we must commend the establishment of a COP Troika. This initiative will be crucial in maintaining continuity and coherence in our efforts, ensuring that each conference builds on the progress of the last with greater focus and ambition. The lives and livelihoods of future generations depend on our decisions here today. Let's seize the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my distinct pleasure to invite Professor Jim Skier, Chair of Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, to address the plenary. Professor Skier, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, as the chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, it's an honour to address the high-level segment of COP29. Climate change is no longer an abstract threat for a distant future. It's been unfolding in front of our eyes. In the 12 months since the last COP in the UAE, people across Asia and in the Sahel have endured extreme temperatures. communities in the Americas have fought against devastating wildfires, and flood defences were put to the test in Central Europe when confronted with intense rainfall, not to mention more recent events in Valencia. Many people have lost their homes, their livelihoods and their lives. Communities have been shaken to their core. And global warming is unequivocally caused by human activities through emissions of greenhouse gases that arise from unsustainable energy use and land use change, and lifestyle patterns. The extremes we are witnessing have been aggravated by human-induced climate change. This is the new normal. Imagine what is in store in the coming decades if we don't act swiftly and decisively. With every fraction of a degree of warming, we face greater threats. Children born today will not know a world without climate change. The IPCC has shown that we, and furthermore they, will live in a world marked by more intense storms, exceptional heat waves, devastating floods and droughts, a world where food chains are disrupted and where diseases reach new countries. Today, our chances of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius are hanging on a very slender thread. The recent UNEP GAP report concluded that global emissions would need to fall by 7.5% per year through to 2035 to return us to a 1.5 degree pathway. If we delay more ambitious action to 2030, this becomes an unprecedented 15% per year. Even limiting warming to 2 degrees is at risk. But this does not have to be the case. As the IPCC 6th Assessment Report demonstrated, we have the know-how, the tools and the financial resources to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. A world where transport is no longer polluting, our cities are green, and where we have transitioned away from fossil fuels. We've shown that carbon pricing, regulations and other interventions have already resulted in gigatons of avoided emissions, and more can be achieved if policies and measures are scaled up and deployed more widely. Furthermore, we've shown that climate action can contribute to other development goals, such as improving air quality and human health. With climate change already on us, we must address adaptation. The IPCC will be paying particular attention to this in the coming cycle. Most adaptation so far is fragmented, small in scale, incremental, sector-specific, and focused more on planning than implementation. Hard limits to adaptation, as well as soft limits caused by lack of resources and institutional capacity, are being reached in some sectors and regions. But we can take measures to address the triple planetary crisis of climate, biodiversity and pollution. We can increase our resilience to the impacts of climate change by leveraging decision support tools and implementing more early warning systems. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished excellencies, the IPCC will continue to provide timely, robust, policy-relevant information to support accelerated adaptation efforts and cuts in emissions. But the resolution of this global crisis is now in your hands. Decisions made here at COP29 will shape the legacy we leave behind to our children and grandchildren, and for the billions of people who deserve a livable planet. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Ski. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this brings us to the end of the ceremonial opening of the first part of the high-level segment. Please remain in your seats to allow our guests to leave the podium before we begin the delivery of national statements. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, honorable guests, today heads of state and government will deliver their national statements. I would like to inform Your Excellencies of action in place to ensure effective time management. There is a 3-minute time limit for statements during the high-level segment. Statements should be as concise as possible, noting that full text of the official statements will be made available on the UNFCCC website. And finally, please note that heads of state or government who are not in the plenary at the time for delivery of their statement will be scheduled to speak at the end of the statements of the same category. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, honorable guests, the Republic of Azerbaijan is delighted to welcome over 80 heads of state and government. Your presence here is a testament to your country's commitment in taking transformational steps to implement the Convention and the Paris Agreement. It is essential that we expedite efforts toward implementing climate action. I am looking forward to hearing about your achievements toward that end. Let us begin. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, President of Kazakhstan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, Kazakhstan is firmly committed to the global climate agenda under the Paris Agreement, pursuing an ambitious target towards carbon neutrality by 2060. To achieve any climate goals, access to both predictable climate finance and technology is vital. The new collective quantified goal on climate finance should prioritize regions most impacted by climate change, including landlocked developing countries. Despite accounting for only 1% of global emissions, Central Asia faces multiple climate risks. To enhance our climate response, we must now leverage technologies such as artificial intelligence, satellite monitoring, and other digital tools for early warning and better water and land management. Together with our partners, we continue working on concrete projects on methane reduction, targeting the coal, oil, gas, and agricultural sectors. Today, we have achieved a threefold reduction. Kazakhstan, with its 200 million hectares of agricultural land, is well positioned for carbon farming, a promising set of agricultural practices to reduce greenhouse gases and improve soil quality. I invite all interested parties to explore these opportunities in Kazakhstan. Our country exports 43% of the world uranium supply and therefore plays a critical role in low-carbon nuclear power generation. In October, a nationwide referendum supported construction of the nuclear power plant in Kazakhstan. We are committed to ensuring the project's safety and efficiency through partnerships with global technology leaders in this area. Kazakhstan is ready to be a major supplier of energy transition minerals. We see many opportunities for cooperation. Our principal position that the demand in these minerals should be responsible and socially just. Climate change is affecting global water cycle. The water-related disasters account for over 80% of all natural disasters, and we were not spared this year suffering from unprecedented floods. So we respond and recover from future natural disasters, and we will introduce comprehensive disaster risk management system. This December, we are partnering with France to host the One Water Summit to drive the momentum on water agenda. This summit will address issues in global water governance. The Caspian Sea is in danger. Saving the biggest lake in the world is a matter of common concern that requires long-term international cooperation. We support the initiative of President Aliyev to establish a group of experts from the Caspian states. Kazakhstan is intensifying its activities to preserve the Aral Sea. In conclusion, I express my sincere appreciation to the Azeri government for organizing this global gathering, and I believe that together we will be able to meet the defining challenge of this generation. Kazakhstan is strongly committed to multilateral pathways to a just, inclusive, transparent climate agenda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Alexander Vučić, President of Serbia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, esteemed delegates, since I have 3 minutes, will say that it's a special honor and responsibility for me to be here today and to participate at a meeting that brings together the highest state officials to discuss the pressing topic of today, the challenges of climate change and the future of our planet. But in the meantime, as I was saying last time in Dubai, we have several prerequisites to start tackling the issue of fighting climate changes. Number one is we need to restore peace in the world. Nobody likes today the word peace because everybody wants to win against the other. Everybody wants to see the defeat of the other side. On the other hand, we need to invest much more in the peace. Otherwise, we'll have to put more money for armament, ordnance, weaponry, as we did and as we do today, instead of investing hugely into all necessary instruments in fighting climate changes. Yes, we need to tackle floods, droughts, wildfires, air and water pollution and everything else. But before that, we need to establish peace. And that's why I'm urging all big powers to settle the problems, to settle the issues in Ukraine, the Middle East, all over the world, then we'll be able to start resolving all these issues. Number two, as you know, it's always the case, big and rich, they cause problems, and the poor countries and small countries are paying the price. And that's why I believe that it's very important for us to find new financial instruments. How we're gonna be helpful to non-developed and developing countries, where we can find money to invest into new technologies. Are we able to foster IMF and World Bank to be much more helpful than they used to be? How are we going to tackle the issue of public debt to GDP ratio, because we are getting closer to 100% worldwide speaking, and that will mean a lot regarding climate change fightings. And once again, I'm urging those big and rich to be helpful for poorer countries. At the end, our legacy, first and foremost to the youth, is to create a fair and sustainable society and to shape a livable, thriving world for all. Our legacy must be one of decisive action, rooted in hope. Let us leave this conference not only with renewed commitments, but with actionable plans that will shape our collective future. When I say this, once again going back to prerequisites, pre-terms for fighting climate changes, which is peace, peace, peace, and more of financial instruments that will be available for poorer countries. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, President of Zimbabwe. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, President Aliyev, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I extend my profound gratitude to you, Your Excellency, President Aliyev, the government and people of Azerbaijan for the warm hospitality and superb facilities put at our disposal. The COP29 theme is both timely and urgent, given the escalating global climate crisis. Science warns of the need to drastically reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Regrettably, pollution continues to degrade the environment, threatening the quality of our air and water, while biodiversity loss threatens food security, pushing millions into poverty and hunger. The time for half measures is over, and we all have a duty to fully implement our agreements. Zimbabwe bears the scars of climate change and is currently experiencing one of the most devastating El Nino-induced droughts in history. The drought has negatively impacted nearly every aspect of life in Zimbabwe. My government, in April this year, declared a national state of disaster. The crisis extends beyond Zimbabwe and is affecting the entire Southern Africa region. Our reliance on hydroelectric power has also made our clean energy supply precarious. These cascading efforts underscore the vulnerability of developing countries like Zimbabwe to climate change while contributing minimally to global emissions. The transition to renewable energy is non-negotiable, while a just transition combined with robust financial technological support for developing countries are critically important to drive the climate action agenda. As such, my country is implementing the nationally determined contribution implementation plan and investment framework to aid in our resource mobilization. Additionally, Zimbabwe recently developed a national carbon market framework which puts Article 6 compliance framework at the heart of Zimbabwe's climate change strategy. Zimbabwe welcomes the formal registration of the Group of Landlocked Developing Countries as a negotiating group in global climate processes. As we reflect on the commitments made at the recent Summit of the Future, I urge us all to align our climate actions with our broader vision for more just, peaceful, and inclusive order. Let us act decisively to build a legacy of hope, resilience, and shared prosperity on a healthy earth. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of Turkey. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Saygıdeğer devlet ve hükümet başkanları, Sayın Genel Sekreter, sizleri şahsım ve milletim adına en kalbi duygularımla selamlıyorum. Bu başarılı organizasyon ve samimi ev sahiplikleri için Cumhurbaşkanı İlham Aliyev kardeşimi özellikle tebrik ediyorum. Ve böyle anlamlı bir buluşmada gerçekten iklim krizinin menfi etkilerinin en yoğun hissedildiği ülkeler arasındayız. 2053 yılı için net sıfır emisyona ulaşma ve yeşil kalkınma vizyonumuz ekseninde kilit sektörlerimizi dönüştürüyoruz. Yeşil finans stratejisini uygulama ve ulusal yeşil taksonomi oluşturma gayretlerimiz devam ediyor. emisyon ticaret sistemini de ihtiva eden iklim kanunumuzu çok yakında meclisimize sunacağız. COP29 öncesinde 2 yıllık şeffaflık raporumuzu ve uzun dönemli iklim stratejimizi yazmanlığa ilettik. 2024-2030 yıllarını kapsayan iklim değişikliği azaltım ve uyum strateji eylem planlarımızı uygulamaya aldık. Toplam kurulu güç içerisinde yenilenebilir enerjinin payını %59'a yükselttik. Bu oranla Avrupa'da 5. dünyada 11. sıradayız. 2053 net sıfır emisyon hedeflerimiz için temel önceliklerimiz yenilenebilir enerji, enerji verimliliği ve nükleer enerjidir. Bugün 31 bin megawatt olan rüzgar ve güneş enerjisi kurulu gücümüzü 2035 yılında 120 bin megawatt'a çıkaracağız. Nükleer enerjide ise 2050 senesinde 20 bin megawattlık bir kapasiteye ulaşmayı hedefliyoruz. 2024-2030 yıllarını kapsayan ulusal enerji verimliliği eylem planımızla 100 milyon ton karbondioksit eş değeri emisyon azaltımı öngörüyoruz. Elektrikli milli otomobilimiz TOG'u yaygınlaştırmaya devam ediyoruz. Eşim Emine Erdoğan'ın himayesinde başlatılan ve küresel düzeye taşınan sıfır atık projesi iklim değişikliği ile mücadelemize ilave güç katıyor. Bu sayede projenin başlangıcından bu yana 5,9 milyon ton sera gazı emisyonunun önüne geçtik. Su kaynaklarımızın etkin kullanımı için su verimliliği seferberliği ilan ettik. Milli Ağaçlandırma Günü olarak belirlediğimiz her 11 Kasım'da milyonlarca fidanı toprakla buluşturuyoruz. Tabii tüm bu gayretlerin ekonomik maliyeti çok yüksektir. Küresel mücadelemizi daha güçlü ve etkili kılmak bakımından bilhassa gelişmekte olan ülkelerin ihtiyaçlarına cevap verecek bir iklim finansmanı hedefinin bu zirvede belirleneceğine inanıyorum. Kıymetli katılımcılar, gelecek nesiller için adil, sürdürülebilir ve doğaya saygılı bir dünyayı inşa etmek için Birleşmiş Milletler 79. Genel Kurulu'nda Gelecek Paktı'nı kabul ettik. Bugün burada gelecek nesillere daha adil bir dünya bırakmayı konuşurken İsrail'in Filistin ve Lübnan'ı hedef alan hukuk, ahlak ve vicdan dışı saldırıları devam ediyor. Mevcut hükümet maalesef çocuk, kadın ve yaşlı demeden insanları katletmeyi, büyük bir çevre kıyımına yol açmayı sürdürüyor. İsrail saldırıları nedeniyle toprağa ve yeraltı sularına sızan kimyasallar Gazze'li çocukların geleceğini şimdiden karanlığa bürümüştür. Bu ağır insani ve çevre felaketine sebep olanların uluslararası mahkemelerde bunun hesabını vermeleri gerektiğini düşünüyoruz. Kıymetli dostlarım, 2026 Birleşmiş Milletler İklim Değişikliği 31. Taraflar Konferansı'na ev sahipliği yapmak için adaylığımızı açıkladık. Adaylığımıza destek veren ülkelere teşekkür ediyor, değerlendirmeleri sürenlerin desteğini bekliyoruz. Bu düşüncelerle sizleri bir kez daha saygıyla selamlıyor. Aziz kardeşim İlham Aliyev'i bu önemli zirve için canı gönülden tebrik ediyorum.
Thank you, Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Ould Sheikh El Ghazouani, President of Mauritania. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم صلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه. أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو والمعالي، سعادة السيد رئيس المؤتمر 29 للأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن التغير المناخي، معالي السيد الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، السيدات والسادة ممثلي المنظمات الحكومية الدولية والمنظمات غير الحكومة، السيدات والسادة، بداية أود التوجه بالتهنئة والشكر الجزيل إلى صاحب الفخامة السيد إلهام علييف رئيس جمهورية أذربيجان، ومن خلاله إلى الشعب الأذربيجاني على حفاوة الاستقبال والتنظيم المحكم لهذه الدورة 29 لمؤتمر الأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية بشأن تغير المناخ COP29. كما يطيب لي أن أهنئ صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان رئيس دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة على حسن تنظيم الدورة الماضية بدبي، وعلى أهمية النتائج التي تمخضت عنها من قبيل الاتفاق التاريخي لتفعيل صندوق عالمي يختص بالمناخ ومعالجة تداعياته، وما واكب ذلك من عديد الإعلانات والتعهدات بالتمويل. وأود كذلك أن أهنئ صاحب المعالي السيد أنطونيو غوتيريش الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة وجميع معاونيه على ما بذلوه من جهود موفقة في سبيل نجاح هذه القمة. أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة والسمو والمعالي، السيدات والسادة، إن حدة التغيرات المناخية بفعل الارتفاع المضطرد في حرارة الكوكب لتهدد استمرارية الحياة البشرية، بل واستمرارية الحياة من حيث هي على عموم كوكبنا. ولذا فإننا اليوم جميعا بحكم الحاجة الملحة إلى مواجهة تغير المناخ نتحمل أكثر من أي وقت مضى مسؤولية تاريخية بخصوص ضرورة التحرك بسرعة لتدارك الوضع قبل فوات الأوان. ونحن في الجمهورية الإسلامية الموريتانية على الرغم من مساهمتنا الهامشية في الانبعاثات الحرارية نعيش يوميا الآثار المدمرة لهذا التغير المناخي عبر تنامي ظاهرة التصحر والفيضانات وانعكاساتها السلبية العميقة التي تضر بأنسجتنا الاجتماعية وتهدد أمننا الغذائي وتعيق تنميتنا الاقتصادية. واعتبارا لذلك بذلنا ونبذل جهودا كبيرة في التقيد بمقتضيات اتفاق باريس، وذلك من خلال مكافحة التصحر عبر مبادرة السور الأخضر الكبير والمساهمة النشطة في لجنة المناخ لمنطقة الساحل، واعتماد ميثاق مبادرة الشرق الأوسط الأخضر التي أطلقتها المملكة العربية السعودية الشقيقة. كما اتخذنا إجراءات قوية في سبيل الحد من الانبعاثات الحرارية من قبيل فرض ضريبة على منتجيها داخل البلاد، والاستثمار في زيادة مساحات المحميات البحرية والساحلية والقارية واستعادة الأراضي المتدهورة. كل هذا علاوة على ما نبذله من جهود كبيرة في سبيل استغلال مخزوننا الطاقوي المتجدد الذي يفوق 4000 جيجا وات، بما يتيح لنا إنتاج الهيدروجين الأخضر وزيادة حصة الطاقات المتجددة في مجمل استهلاكنا الطاقوي، والتي وصلت حتى الآن إلى 48% في هذه السنة، مع التخطيط للوصول إلى نسبة 60% سنة 2030. وفي هذا الإطار نجدد دعوتنا للمؤسسات المالية والشركات المهتمة بدعمنا في هذا التوجه. ولا يسعني في هذا المقام إلا أن أؤكد على أن القارة الإفريقية كاتحاد وكدول تبذل جهودا كبيرة في سبيل الحد التدريجي من الاحتباس الحراري على الرغم من ضآلة إسهامها فيه، كما تتوسع في استخدام الطاقات المتجددة، وهو ما يستوجب دعمها بقوة في مجال تعزيز القدرة على التكيف والصمود في وجه الانعكاسات السلبية للتغيرات المناخية. لا بد من تعزيز التعاون والتضامن الدوليين وتعبئة تمويلات تكون على قدر التحدي مع مراعاة أولويات الدول الأقل نمواً خاصة في القارة الإفريقية. وإنني أتمنى لأعمال دورتنا هذه كل النجاح والتوفيق، لراج بأن تسهم مخرجاتها في تعزيز وتنفيذ ما أعلن عنه في الدورة السابقة، وفي تسريع تعبئة الموارد الضرورية لضمان فعالية جهودنا المشتركة في مواجهة مختلف التحديات المناخية. أشكركم والسلام عليكم.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Shavkat Mirziyoyev, President of Uzbekistan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Hurmatli delegatsiya rahbarlari, avvalambor Azerbaijan Respublikasi Prezidenti Ilhom Aliyev janob oliylarining bugungi tarixiy konferensiyani go'zal Baku shahrida yuksak darajada tashkil etgani bilan samimiy tabriklayman. Biz Azerbaijanning zamonaviy iqlim tahdidlariga qarshi kurashish yo'lida xalqaro hamkorlikni kengaytirish bo'yicha faol sa'y-harakatlarini to'liq qo'llab-quvvatlaymiz. Hurmatli sammit ishtirokchilari, iqlim o'zgarishlari bugungi kunda asosiy global tahdidga aylanib bormoqda. Geosiyosiy ziddiyatlar kuchayishiga bevosita ta'sir ko'rsatmoqda. Ayniqsa kambag'allikka qarshi kurash, oziq-ovqat va energetika xavfsizligi, suv va resurslardan foydalanish muammolarini kuchaytirmoqda. Bularning asoratlarini Markaziy Osiyoda o'tkir his qilmoqdamiz. Iqlim muammolari aholimizning turmush sifatini oshirish va milliy taraqqiyot strategiyalarini ro'yobga chiqarishda yangi to'siqqa aylanmoqda. Parij bitimi doirasidagi bosh maqsadimiz mintaqada havo haroratining jadal o'sishiga yo'l qo'ymaslik va joriy 100 yillikda 1,5-2 gradus atrofida saqlab qolishdir. Bu borada biz O'zbekistonda uglerod neytralligiga erishish bo'yicha keng miqyosdagi islohotlarni qat'iy olib boryapmiz. 2030-yilgacha havoga is gazi chiqarishni 35% ga kamaytirishni reja qilganmiz. Bu majburiyatni 2050-yilga qadar yanada kengaytirishga tayyormiz. Yashil energetika ulushi 40% gacha oshiramiz. Elektromobil va yashil vodorod klasterlari, quyosh va shamol generatsiya hublarini yaratyapmiz. Yashil makon dasturimiz doirasida ko'kalamzorlashtirish hududlarini keskin ko'paytirmoqdamiz. Qo'shni mamlakatlar bilan mintaqaviy iqlim strategiyasini hayotga tatbiq qilmoqdamiz. Shu kunlarda Yevropaga yashil energiya yetkazish bo'yicha ko'p tomonlama bitimni imzolaymiz. Hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar, O'zbekiston global iqlim o'zgarishlari oqibatlarini birgalikda bartaraf etishda o'zining amaliy hissasini kengaytirish niyatida. Birinchidan, rivojlanayotgan mamlakatlarga iqlim xatarlarini aniqlash uchun yetakchi davlatlar va xalqaro institutlarning texnik ko'magini kengaytirish dolzarbdir. Bu borada iqlim tufayli yo'qotish va zararlarni baholash bo'yicha xalqaro markaz ta'sis etishni taklif qilaman. Ikkinchidan, transchegaraviy suv resurslari ifloslanishining oldini olish va barqaror bioxilma-xillikning saqlashda yagona yondashuv zarur. Mintaqamiz misolida aytib o'tmoqchimanki, bir avlod ko'z o'ngida Orol dengizining butunlay yo'qolishi sayyoramiz miqyosida fojiaga aylandi. Shu o'rinda biz Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti shafeligida daryo ekotizimlarining butunligi va ekologik xavfsizligini ta'minlash bo'yicha majburiyatlar to'g'risida deklaratsiyani ishlab chiqish tarafdorimiz. Uchinchidan, ko'p tomonlama yetakchi tizimlar ishtirokida o'simliklarning iqlim o'zgarishlariga chidamligini oshirish uchun genetik resurslarning mintaqaviy bankini ishga tushirishni reja qilganmiz. Dengizga chiqish imkon bo'lmagan davlatlar uchun yurtimizda Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkilotining innovatsion agrosanoat hubini yaratish tashabbusini ilgari suramiz. To'rtinchidan, iqlim o'zgarishlaridan zarar ko'rayotgan megapolis va shaharlarning barqaror rivojlanishi bo'yicha ilg'or bilim va amaliyoti transferi uchun Jahon iqlim poytaxtlari alyansini tashkil etishni va uning birinchi forumini Toshkentda o'tkazishni taklif qilamiz. 5-dan kelgusi yil 15-mayda Xalqaro iqlim kunini Orol bo'yi mintaqasida o'tkaziladigan raqamli yashil tashabbus global yoshlar festivaliga davlatlaringiz vakillarini kutib qolamiz. Hurmatli sammit ishtirokchilari, O'zbekiston umumiy farovonlik va yashil taraqqiyot yo'lida ochiq muloqot va sheriklikka doim tayyor ekanini yana bir bor ta'kidlayman. E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat.
Thank you, Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Umaro Sissoco Embalo, President of Guinea-Bissau. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Senhor Ilhan Aliyev, Presidente da República de Azerbaijão, a 29ª Conferência das Partes da Convenção de Quadro das Nações Unidas sobre Alterações Climáticas acontece num momento de crise climática global que implica medidas urgentes e concertadas. Devemos ter a vontade política de assumir as nossas responsabilidades e de coletivamente encarar os desafios atuais com o necessário espírito de cooperação e de solidariedade. Na Guiné-Bissau temos implementado uma série de ações estratégicas para mitigar os impactos climáticos e reforçar a resiliência das nossas comunidades. Iniciamos projetos de reflorestação e proteção dos mangais fundamentais para a preservação da biodiversidade e para a absorção de carbono. Estamos também a promover iniciativas de conservação da água e fortalecimento da agricultura sustentável, que consideramos setores críticos para garantir a segurança alimentar. Tais medidas reforçam as capacidades adaptáveis das nossas comunidades e dos nossos ecossistemas. Intensificaremos esses esforços com a realização de novos projetos previstos na nossa estratégia nacional. Excelências, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, reafirmamos o papel crucial do multilateralismo na luta contra as alterações climáticas. Precisamos de cooperação para implementar as políticas adequadas e garantir o financiamento climático de que necessitamos. O compromisso dos nossos parceiros e o apoio da comunidade internacional serão essenciais para garantir uma transição energética justa e acessível, respeitando os princípios das responsabilidades comuns nas diferenciadas. No que respeita aos compromissos desta COP29, a Guiné-Bissau reitera a sua determinação em levar a cabo várias ações, nomeadamente nas seguintes áreas prioritárias. 1. Adaptação e resiliência para o efeito. É necessário um acompanhamento internacional para continuarmos a investir em programas que fortaleceram as resiliências dos nossos ecossistemas e das nossas comunidades, principalmente através de estratégias de conservação da biodiversidade e de mitigação de riscos climáticos. Ponto 2. Perdas e danos em razão das consequências climáticas já sentidas no nosso país. Defendemos a plena perda e danos de Varsóvia e precisamos de recursos financeiros que permitam compensar os prejuízos causados pelos fenômenos climáticos. 3. Financiamento climáticos. Lembramos a necessidade urgente de um financiamento climático justo e acessível para os países em desenvolvimento. A afetação de recursos adequados para os países vulneráveis, tal como a Guiné-Bissau, é uma prioridade, é uma condição necessária para permitir uma maior resiliência e capacidade de adaptação. Estamos empenhados em desenvolver fontes de energia renováveis e reduzir a nossa dependência de combustíveis fósseis, promovendo uma transição energética diretamente às nossas populações. Excelências e distintos delegados, as alterações climáticas não conhecem fronteiras. Precisamos de agir de maneira global e avançarmos com decisões corajosas e medidas propícias. A Guiné-Bissau reafirma o seu compromisso em contribuir para uma resposta coletiva adequada em prol de um futuro resiliente e sustentável. Confiamos que as decisões que serão tomadas aqui em Baku irão demonstrar a nossa tomada de consciência coletiva dos graves perigos que ameaçam o globo, bem como a nossa determinação comum de adotar compromissos dinâmicos a favor da justiça climática, da solidariedade internacional e do desenvolvimento sustentável. Temos a obrigação de manifestar as nossas vontades de unir as nossas forças, bem como os nossos meios, com vista a permitir a preservação do nosso planeta e a construção de um mundo mais seguro e equitativo. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Andrzej Duda, President of Poland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Distinguished Madam President, distinguished Mr. Secretary General, distinguished President Aliyev, distinguished Presidents, heads of the states and the governments, ladies and gentlemen, I warmly congratulate Minister Mukhtar Babayev on taking over this year's presidency of the 29th session of the Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. I thank His Excellency President Aliyev and the Republic of Azerbaijan for the organization of the event and for excellent hospitality. This is the last time that I attended the Conference of the Parties as President of the Republic of Poland. I'm pleased to be able to raise once again issues of such immense importance to our future. During my presidency in Poland, I have worked to keep the climate policy agenda high on my country's priority list. I'm glad that I had the pleasure to personally ratify the Paris Agreement in 2016. I also feel great satisfaction with the organization of COP29 in Katowice. It was, in my opinion, a landmark event in many ways. It was exactly in Katowice that we adopted the so-called Katowice Rule Book, a guide to implementing the tenet of the Paris Agreement. It was also there that the idea of the Declaration on Solidarity and Just Transition was born. Today, it constitutes the benchmark for energy and economic transformation across the world. Since then, I have consistently repeated that a just transition cannot take place against societies and to determine of the current living conditions. At the last year's COP28 in Dubai, I stressed that we still pay too little attention to the human dimension. And yet, a just transition must be carried out in a sensible way so that it benefits people in the first place. COP24 in Katowice also adopted a ministerial declaration, Forests for Climate, which highlighted the need to use forests in climate policy as natural sinks and reservoirs for greenhouse gases. Poland values this role of the woodland and cares for them because they are also provide a home and habitat for many species of plants, animals, and fungi living in Poland. Preserving biodiversity is a precondition for the existence of the life on Earth. I touched upon this issue in my speech at the UN preliminary session on biodiversity in 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, at a time of so many climate changes and threats, a key conclusion for us should be to strengthen synergies between the following conventions, the UNFCCC on climate, the UNCBD on biological diversity, and the UNCCD to combat desertification. It is also important to take joint action on mitigation, adaptation, combating soil degradation, and achieving climate neutrality. Let us also remember that our environmental efforts are being undermined by the wars going on in the world. Russian aggression against Ukraine has shown us that armed conflicts also result in serious environmental damage and pollution. Therefore, our actions must be comprehensive, because environmental protection is also conflict prevention. Excellencies, despite challenges, Poland fulfills all its obligations and is consistent in following the path of sustainable development and just transition. A year ago in Dubai, I mentioned Poland's plans and efforts to create a balanced energy mix that will ensure our energy security, along with the development of renewable energy sources. In Poland, the wind power sector continues to grow, and we have a surge in home and large-scale photovoltaic installations. At the same time, we are drilling more wells for the development of geothermal energy. A year ago, I also presented Poland's ambitions to build a stable nuclear power industry. I am glad that in Dubai, I was able to take part in the event accompanying the adoption of the Declaration of Tripling Nuclear Power Capacity. I signed it with full conviction because I believe that nuclear is the future. And it is only nuclear that will help us to achieve our climate goals and guarantee clean, safe, and stable energy. We are an example of a country which for years has been able to ensure both a steady GDP growth and a decrease in the carbon intensity in our economy. This is the best confirmation that our actions are correct and that Poland is following the path of sustainable development set by the UN. Listening to the current and previously held speeches by other heads of state, I know that Polish solutions are appreciated in the world. I am glad that many Polish ideas, including mine, are being implemented by other countries. Let's cooperate and inspire each other in order to jointly bring about new pro-climate solutions that are beneficial to humans, the environment, and the climate. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Emomali Rahmon, President of Tajikistan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
محترم جناب رئیس، خانم‌ها و جنابان، با حکومت جمهوری آذربایجان و سازمان ملل متحد برای معمار نوازی و در سطح بلند برگزار نمودن چهارمین امروزه سپاسگزارم. در 5 سال آخر ما پیوسته شاهد شالامه‌های گرمترین در تمام دوره‌های مشاهده‌ها گشته ایستادیم. طبق گزارش کارشناسان سال 2024 نیز همچون سال گرمترین ثبت شد. وابسته به این ما را ضرور است که تلاش و عملهای خود را جهت حل مشکلات اقلیمی به مراتب زیاد کنیم. حاضرین گرامی، ما در اساس استراتژی رشد اقتصادی سبز خود نیت داریم که تا سال 2032 استحصال از انرژی را در کشور پوره از حساب منبع‌های تجدید شونده برآمده تا سال 2037 تاجیکستان را به کشوری سبز تبدیل دهیم. امروز علاقه 98% برق ما از حساب هیدروانرژتیکا یعنی انرژی سبز استحصال می شود و حصه تاجیکستان با کمترین نشانداد حجم پرتاب‌های گازهای گلخانه‌ای ما را در جهان در جای 130 قرار داده است. نقطه مهم دیگری میخواهم که توجه شما را به آن جلب نمایم مسئله پیوستگی زیچ آب و اقلیم می باشد. باعث خوشنودی است که در کاپ 29 اعلامیه آب برای عمل در ساحه اقلیم قبول می گردد. وابسته به این ما را ضرور است که به مسئله آبشوی با صورت پیریخ‌ها که در نتیجه پیامدهای تغییر اقلیم صورت می گیرد توجه مخصوص ظاهر نماییم. در این راستا با تشبث تاجیکستان مجمع عمومی سازمان ملل سال 2025 را سال حفظ پیریخ‌ها اعلام کرد. مطابق این قطعنامه روز جهانی پیریخ‌ها معین گردیده در نزد سازمان ملل بنیاد اعتماد حفظ پیریخ‌ها تأسیس داده شد. تاجیکستان حصه خود را در این بنیاد گذاشته از همه شریکان نیز دعوت به عمل می‌آورد که این اقدام را دستگیری کنند. همچنین در اساس این قطعنامه ماه می سال آینده در دوشنبه گذرانیدن کنفرانس بین المللی سطحی بلند آید به حفظ پیریخ‌ها به نظر گرفته شده است. در ادامه این موضوع با تشبث تاجیکستان و فرانسه از جانب مجمع عمومی سازمان ملل سالهای 2025 2034 همچون 10 ساله عمل برای دستگیری علم‌های یخشناسی اعلام گردید. با در نظر داشته اهمیت مسائل مذکور پیشنهاد می‌نمایم که با سرپرستی سازمان جهانی آب و هواشناسی و در همکاری با دیگر شریکان رشد در شهر دوشنبه مرکزی هم آهنگسازی منطقوی آید به یخشناسی تأسیس داده شود. از توجهتان سپاسگزارم.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Abdul Latif Jamal Rashid, President of Iraq. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
أصحاب السعادة والفخامة والسمو والمعالي، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نحن هنا للمشاركة في مؤتمر الأطراف 29 لاتفاقية المناخ التي تشمل موضوعا خطيرا ومهما يمسنا جميعا، وهذا نتقدم بخالص الشكر إلى جمهورية أذربيجان لاستضافتها لنا وعلى حفاوة الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة. بعد مضي أكثر من عام على قصف مستمر وأمام هذا العدد المتراكم من الضحايا المدنيين من النساء والأطفال، أدعو المجتمع الدولي كما دعونا مرارا إلى تحمل مسؤولياته في فرض وقف إطلاق النار وتقديم المعونة الإنسانية العاجلة للضحايا واعتراف بحق الشعب الفلسطيني في تقرير مصيره وإقامة دولته. نأمل أن نثمر مناقشات هذا المؤتمر عن مقررات تتناسب مع التحديات العالمية المتزايدة الناجمة عن تغيير المناخ والتي شاهدناها آثارها في الفيضانات التي اجتاحت منطقة كثيفة السكان في إسبانيا ومناطق أخرى في العالم، تسببت مع الأسف الشديد في سقوط ضحايا. نقدم لأهلهم خالص تعازينا ومؤاساتنا. إن هذه التحديات تؤثر بشكل كبير على دول العالم وبالأخص الدول النامية، وتهدد أمنها المائي والغذائي والصحي والمجتمعي. إن تأثيرات التغيير المناخي باتت ملموسة في العراق، حيث نعاني من موجات حرارية قاسية وعواصف ترابية متصاعدة وتراجع كميات الأمطار، مما أدى إلى انحسار المسطحات المائية والمساحات الخضراء وزيادة الجفاف والتصحر وتدهور الأراضي الطبيعية والتنوع البيولوجي. بل إن هذه التغييرات المناخية أدت إلى نزوح مجتمعات تراثية تقليدية تاريخيا مثل سكان الأهوار جنوب العراق المدرجة على لائحة التراث العالمي والتي تواجه تقاليدهم خطر الاندثار. كل ذلك بالرغم من أن مشاركة العراق التاريخية في انبعاثات الغازات الدفيئة عالميا كسائر الدول النامية ضئيلة جدا. لذا يجب أن تكون العدالة المناخية في صميم مداولاتنا، وهي حق إنساني ونحن مطالبون بذلك ليس فقط لشعوبنا الآن بل وللأجيال التي لم تولد بعد، والتي يتوقف مستقبلها على قرارات التي نأخذها اليوم. إننا نتطلع إلى أن تؤدي هذه المفاوضات إلى خطوات ملموسة وآليات واضحة ومؤثرة، مثلا تفعيل صندوق الخسائر والأضرار الذي أقر تأسيسه في مؤتمر الأطراف 28 العام الماضي. ومن المبادئ التي نؤيد عليها مبدأ العدالة والإنصاف والمسؤوليات المشتركة تجاه التغيير المناخي. إن العراق باعتباره بلدا يعتمد اقتصاده بشكل كبير على وقود الأحفوري يتأثر من التغيير المناخي من جانب ومن الإجراءات المتواجهة من جانب آخر. لذا ندعو الدول المنطقة التي ستتأثر مثلنا بتغيير المناخ وكذلك بالجهود المبذولة لمواجهة إلى تشكيل مجموعة تفاوضية ضمن هذه العملية للتنسيق فيما بينهما وللعمل سوية حتى يتجاوز تأثير مساهماتنا الجماعية مجموع مساهمات الفردية. وبناء على نفس المبدأ نوجه نداءنا إلى الاقتصاديات الكبرى في العالم لتعزيز التزاماتها تجاه العمل المناخي، وفي حالة قررت أي من الاقتصاديات الانسحاب من هذه العملية فإننا ندعو الجهات الفاعلة داخل تلك الدول سواء الكيانات السياسية المحلية أم القطاع الخاص إلى الاستمرار في التزامها، فالعالم لا يمكن أن يمضي قدما دون جهود الجميع من أجل تحقيق المستقبل. سيداتي والسادة، إن العراق يعمل على تنفيذ التزاماتها ضمن اتفاقية المناخ وما يليها من الوثائق الدولية، وعلى تخفيف مساهمته في الانبعاثات الغازية الدفيئة واكتساب مرونة للتكييف مع آثار التغييرات المناخية والتحول التأكيدي نحو الطاقة المتجددة. لقد عملت الحكومة العراقية على إعداد مجموعة من الوثائق والاستراتيجيات الوطنية للمساهمة في الوفاء بالتزامات العراق الطوعية تجاه اتفاق باريس. كما أكملنا أعداد وثيقة تقديم الاحتياجات التكنولوجية ووثيقة تخفيف الملائمة وطنيا التي تهدف إلى تحديد احتياجات العراق من التكنولوجيات المناخية في قطاعات ذات الأولية. كما إننا على وشك انتهاء من إعداد خطة الاستثمار المناخي التي تهدف إلى تمهيد مسارات عملية للقطاعين العام والخاص للوفاء بالالتزامات العراق المناخية من خلال جذب استثمارات محلية وأجنبية وتعبئة الموارد المالية لمواجهة تحديات التغيير المناخي والسير نحو مستقبل أكثر استدامة. لقد اتخذ العراق خطوات جادية لحد من انبعاثات غاز الميثان، حيث كان أول من انضم إلى العهد العالمي بشأن ميثاق من بين أعضاء الأوبك. يشارك العراق في أعمال تحالف المناخ والهواء النظيف والمرصد الدولي لانبعاثات الميثان، ونعمل على تحقيق هدف تصفير حرق الغاز المصاحب بحلول عام 2028. ختاما أود أن أذكر المجتمع الدولي بأهمية دوره في تعزيز الأمن والاستقرار الإقليمي في منطقة الشرق الأوسط والعمل على تجنب المنطقة من التوترات والصراعات الدولية التي عانينا من تبعاتها الاقتصادية والاجتماعية لسنوات طويلة. شكرا لكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Sadir Zapora, President of Kyrgyzstan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Hurmatly ayımlar jana mırzalar, globalдык
климаттын өзгөрүшү тездеп бара жаткан шартта бүгүн биз Париж келишиминин максаттарына жетүү үчүн климаттык иш-чараларды координацияланган, жеткиликтүү каржылоо маселесин талкуулап, бир пикирге келүүгө тийишпиз. Климаттык маселеде дүйнөдөгү бардык өлкөлөр бири-бирине кандай мамилелерде экенине карабай биригишибиз керек. Биз климаттын өзгөрүшүнө каршы чараларды каржылоо боюнча жаңы жамааттык максатты тез арада кабыл алууну колдойбуз жана өнүккөн өлкөлөрдө өнүгүп келе жаткан мамлекеттерге жардамды 2 триллион акч долларына чейин жеткирүүгө жана бул каражаттарды алуу жолдорун жеңилдетүүгө чакырабыз. Кыргызстан өз тарабынан климаттык жана туруктуу өнүгүү долбоорлоруна сырткы карызды алмаштыруу механизмин демилгеледи. Биз мамлекеттик тышкы карызды конкреттүү жашыл долбоорлорго алмаштыруу аркылуу реструктуризациялоону сунуштайбыз. Анын ичинде Кыргызстанда түзүлүп жаткан климаттык трасттык фонддун механизмин пайдалануу менен экология жана туруктуу тоо өнүгүүсү тармагындагы долбоорлор каржыланат. Бул фонддун ишмердүүлүгүнө кызыктар өлкөлөрдү катышууга чакырамын. Учурдан пайдаланып, Түркия менен Германияга ыраазычылыгымды билдирип кетким келет. Анткени ушул эки өлкө карыздарды жашыл долбоорлорго алмаштырууну чечишти. Урматтуу айымдар жана мырзалар, биздин өлкөдө энергияны кайра жаралуучу булактары боюнча ишке ашырылып жаткан долбоорлорду белгилеп кетким келет. Мисалы, коңшу өлкөлөр менен биргеликте аймактагы эң ири гидроэлектростанциялардын бири болгон Камбарата 1 кесин куруу боюнча долбоору ишке ашырыла баштады. Климаттын өзгөрүшү шартында суу ресурстарын натыйжалуу жана сарамжалдуу пайдалануу маселелери өзгөчө актуалдуу болуп жатат. Ушуга байланыштуу өнүгүү боюнча өнөктөштөрүбүздү энергияны жана ресурстарды үнөмдөөчү технологияларды ишке киргизүү боюнча регионалдык борборду Бишкек шаарында түзүү демилгесин колдоого чакырамын. Кымбаттуу катышуучулар, биз мөңгүлөрдүн эриши, алардын аянтынын кыскарышы, суунун азайышы, кургакчылык жана чөлгө айлануу сыяктуу көйгөйлөрдү байкап жатабыз. Тоолуу аймактардагы жана экосистемалардагы процесстерге байланыштуу тоолордо гана эмес, ошондой эле төмөнкү аймактарда жашаган адамдардын жашоосу дагы көз каранды экендигине сиздердин көңүлүңүздөрдү бургум келет. Региондогу суу ресурстары климаттын өзгөрүшүнө байланыштуу жылдан жылга азайып, суу энергетикалык жана азык-түлүк коопсуздугуна жана жалпы эле бардык өлкөлөрдүн социалдык экономикалык абалына терс таасирин тийгизүүдө. Тоолуу аймактарды туруктуу өнүктүрүү маселесинин маанилүүлүгүн эске алып, БУнун башкы ассамблеясы биздин демилгебиз менен 77-чи сессиясында тоолорду туруктуу өнүктүрүү резолюциясын кабыл алып, анын алкагында 2023-2027 жылдар тоо аймактарын өнүктүрүү боюнча аракеттердин 5 жылдыгы деп жарыялады. Бардыгыңыздарды тоолуу 5 жылдыктын жыйынтыгын чыгара турган 2027 жылы Кыргызстандагы Бишкек плюс 25 экинчи глобалдык тоо саммитине чакырамын. Көңүл бурганыңыздар үчүн терең ыраазычылык билдирем.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Denis Sassou Nguesso, President of Congo. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Monsieur le Secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Monsieur le Président de la COP29, Mesdames, Messieurs, permettez-moi d'adresser toutes mes félicitations à la République d'Azerbaïdjan, à son président et à son gouvernement pour l'excellente organisation de la COP29. Je leur adresse mes plus sincères remerciements pour l'accueil chaleureux réservé à ma délégation et à moi-même. Mesdames et Messieurs, la République du Congo, la plupart d'entre vous le savent, prend depuis près d'un demi-siècle toute sa part dans l'effort global de lutte contre le changement climatique et l'érosion de la biodiversité. Mon pays a en réalité placé les questions liées à la préservation de l'environnement au cœur de sa politique nationale et au centre de son engagement sur la scène internationale. Cette année, au mois de juillet, à Brazzaville, la capitale de mon pays, a abrité la première conférence internationale sur la forestation et le reboisement. Liant l'intention à l'acte, afin de consolider le rôle essentiel des forêts dans la régulation du climat et pérenniser l'initiative d'un reboisement planétaire général. Le Congo vient de soumettre à l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies l'adoption d'une résolution sur la décennie mondiale de l'afforestation et du reboisement. Par ailleurs, conjointement avec le groupe de pays forestiers africains, dit du C15, la République du Congo porte aujourd'hui ce que l'on pourrait appeler une initiative de justice climatique, une démarche qui vise à inclure le capital naturel brut des pays dans le calcul du PIB de leurs États. Mesdames et messieurs, en 2015, nous avions tous placé nos espoirs dans l'accord de Paris, car cet accord qui est fondé sur le principe de la justice climatique et de la transition juste établit clairement le cadre mondial de la lutte contre le changement climatique pour la stabilisation du réchauffement global à moins de 1,5 degré Celsius. Nous constatons avec regret que les financements mobilisés depuis 2015 ne sont pas à la hauteur de nos attentes et ne correspondent nullement à nos engagements. Nous nous préoccupons particulièrement du financement climatique, à propos duquel force est de constater que l'engagement des 100 milliards de dollars en 2009 pour la période 2010 et 2020 n'a été atteint qu'en 2022. Le nouvel objectif collectif quantifié pour le financement climatique devra s'appuyer sur des données scientifiques qui tiennent compte de l'impact et des besoins des pays en développement pour y faire face. On sait que ces besoins s'élèvent désormais à plus de 1 000 milliards de dollars. Notre souhait le plus ardent est que le montant de ce nouvel objectif soit fixé et défini dans une perspective de justice climatique et de transition juste. Cet objectif doit permettre à nos pays de réduire le fardeau de la dette plutôt que de l'aggraver. Enfin, ce nouvel objectif doit couvrir l'atténuation et l'adaptation de manière équilibrée. Pour ce faire, des efforts substantiels devraient également être fournis pour que les pertes et dommages soient pris en compte, car il nous faut disposer de moyens substantiels pour faire face aux événements extrêmes et pour parer à toute autre éventualité. C'est ici le lieu de saluer ce pas encourageant qu'est l'adoption ici, à Baku, du point 4 de l'article 6 de l'accord de Paris. Nous pensons objectivement que cet outil de l'accord de Paris, qui permet le transfert de crédits carbone entre pays à faible émission de gaz à effet de serre et pays émetteurs, ouvrira la voie à une coopération interétatique
internationale et structurante en faveur du développement durable, de la résilience et de la diversification économique dans les pays en développement. Mesdames et messieurs, la transition écologique que nous appelons tous de nos vœux ne pourra pas s'opérer sans que ne soient mis en œuvre des mécanismes financiers innovants, des mécanismes devant nous ouvrir de nouvelles perspectives de développement axées sur la résilience, sur la durabilité, sur la neutralité carbone. Ce challenge est le nôtre ici et maintenant. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Alexander Lukashenko, President of Belarus. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Уважаемые друзья, здесь очень много говорили о том, кто сколько сделал по улучшению климата, но я сравниваю последний период после предыдущего нашего саммита. Стало только хуже. Война на Ближнем Востоке, война в Украине, война в Южном Йемене, всего более 50 конфликтов в мире, которые жестоко влияют на климат, на нашей планете. Так что стало лучше? Кто стал платить за выбросы? Достаточно сказать, что сегодня, которые так озаботились прежде улучшением климата, отсутствуют на этой конференции. Более того, саботируют. То ли еще будет после президентских выборов в Соединенных Штатах Америки. Встает вопрос, так какова же эффективность нашей деятельности на подобных саммитах? Когда-то президент Франции чуть ли не великим себя считал за Парижское соглашение. И где этот президент сегодня? Неужели это не актуально? Вот наша эффективность нашей работы. Так что рапортовать пока не о чем. Единственное, хотел бы поздравить своего коллегу с прекрасной организацией этого сложного саммита. Но те, кто сегодня думают, что принесет отсутствие на этом саммите, не принесет. Шторм в Соединенных Штатах Америки, недавно в Валенсии погибли люди. Это говорит о том, как мы улучшаем наш климат. Я это откровенно говорю, потому что мою страну упрекнуть в этом плане не за что. Мы жестко выполняем все обязательства, которые взяли на себя. Но поскольку из-за вот такого махрового бюрократизма секретариата ООН за 3 минуты практически сказать невозможно что-то, я ограничусь буквально несколькими предложениями. Первое. Климат изменился, это данность, поэтому первостепенная задача перенастроить национальные экономики, прежде всего сельское хозяйство с учетом изменившихся условий, адаптировать его к новым условиям. Беларусь активно этой темой занимается и готова делиться опытом. Второе. Необходимо помочь развивающимся странам получить равный доступ к зеленым технологиям без ущерба для их национальных интересов. Сделать так, чтобы они в результате этой помощи не попали в кабалу. Нужно отменить все, что мешает международной торговле технологиями, обмену инновациями и наилучшими практиками. Третье. Мы сегодня уже столкнулись с ситуацией, когда новая продукция, позиционируется как более экологически безопасная альтернатива, но в то же время наносит не меньший вред. Объективно нужны новые подходы к комплексной оценке потенциального воздействия инноваций на окружающую среду на протяжении всего жизненного цикла данной продукции. Эти и другие направления требуют консолидации международных усилий не на словах,
а на деле. Поэтому пора от слов перейти к делу. И тот, кто должен платить, а не отсиживаться у себя в кабинетах. Благодарю вас за внимание.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Yunus A. Menfi, President of Libya. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيدة الرئيسة، السيدات والسادة، نتوجه بالشكر إلى فخامة الرئيس إلهام علييف وإلى حكومة وشعب أذربيجان على هذه الاستضافة الكريمة. لقد أصبحنا ندرك ليس من خلال التنبؤات بل من خلال المعايشة لشدة وتكرار وتوسع انتشار الكوارث الطبيعية أن تغير المناخ له آثار مدمرة على كوكب الأرض. في ظل ذلك لازلنا نرى أن هناك من يشعل الحروب ويوسع مداها ليضاعف الأضرار والخسائر على الأرض والبشر بدل الانشغال الجماعي في مقاومة أخطار التغير المناخي. وهنا نشيد بنداء الهدنة كوب 29 للحد من الانبعاثات من الأنشطة العسكرية، وندعو الرئاسة إلى تكرار إصدار مثل هذا النداء في أكثر من موعد ومناسبة لتعزيز فرص السلام العالمي. السيدات والسادة، أذكركم بالكارثة البيئية التي تعرض لها جزء غال من بلادي قبل 14 شهرا في مدينة درنا ومناطق الجبل الأخضر، وبما حصل ويحصل من كوارث مشابهة في مناطق أخرى من العالم، لنصل إلى حقيقة إننا لن نستطيع منفردين التعاطي مع هذه المخاطر المباغتة إلا على أسس مشروطة بتوفير التمويل الميسر والموجه وفق ظروف كل دولة، وتقديم الدعم المعرفي ونقل التقنية وبناء القدرات الوطنية وتوسيع المشاركة المجتمعية للقطاع الخاص ومنظمات المجتمع المدني، والتركيز على تحسين مستويات المعيشة وتعزيز الوصول إلى الطاقة النظيفة والأمن الغذائي والمائي لجعل البلاد أكثر مرونة بمواجهة تأثيرات تغير المناخ. نؤكد الحاجة إلى مراجعة وسائل التنفيذ التي التزمت بها الدول المتقدمة الأطراف في اتفاقية الأمم المتحدة الإطارية في شأن تغيير المناخ، مثل التمويل والتطوير التكنولوجيا. ولقد أعلنت المؤسسة الوطنية للنفط في بلادنا عن مبادرة نفكر بالغد في قمة كوب 28 بإطلاق حملة للتوسع في الغطاء النباتي في مختلف مناطق ليبيا، وذلك لتقليل الانبعاثات الكربونية، كما نسعى في مستهدف لتخفيف والتكييف مع التغير المناخي للوصول إلى ما يقارب 0 حرق غاز عام 2030، وإلى تنظيف البحيرات التي تحتوي على تسريبات نفطية وتأسيس مصرف للرصيد الكربوني. وبما أن السؤال الرئيسي في هذه الدورة هو التمويل، فإننا هدفنا انسجاما مع الموقف الأفريقي هو سد الفجوة الهائلة في تمويل، وذلك بالتحرك لحشد التمويل من مصادر متنوعة من خلال إصلاح الهيكل المالي العالمي، متمثلا في المؤسسات المالية الدولية، البنك الدولي وصندوق النقد الدولي، واستبدال الإقراض التمويلي بالشراكة في مشروعات التخفيف والتكيف، وتحويل تلك المشروعات إلى فرص استثمارية. نجدد استعدادنا للمشاركة الفاعلة في المبادرات العالمية وتبادل الخبرات والتعليم من أفضل الممارسات في البلدان الأخرى ومصممون على الانخراط في جهود العالمية للتخفيف من انبعاثات الغاز الدفينة والتكيف مع التغيرات المناخية ولتعزيز حماية التنوع البيئي. وشكرا لكم.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Rumen Radev, President of Bulgaria. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, let me first express my gratitude to our host, the Republic of Azerbaijan, and the Presidency of the Conference for organizing this significant event in times of political, security, and climate challenges all around the world. The continuity of our actions is crucial to deliver ambitious and balanced approach to achieve the climate goals in the complex geopolitical context. Agreeing on the achievable new collective quantitative goal on finance will be the main expected outcome of this conference. The new goal must provide financing from all possible sources, both public and private, to address the financing needs for mitigation and adaptation measures, focusing on the most vulnerable countries. At the same time, we must significantly strengthen the mitigation ambition and remain on the course of decarbonizing global energy systems. This can only happen if we embrace all available technologies, significantly improve energy efficiency, upgrade energy infrastructure, and ensure that energy security remains of utmost importance. Bulgaria is committed to not only be a part of regional energy cooperation initiatives across Central and Eastern Europe, the Balkans and the Black Sea region, but also beyond, by strengthening the links between the European Union and non-EU countries who share our priorities on climate neutrality, just energy transition, energy security, and low-carbon technological innovation. As no region is spared from deadly and costly climate-related disasters, all parties should undertake greater efforts to integrate climate change adaptation and resilience into all policies and strategies. We call for continuing support for climate science and education. Bulgaria proudly hosted the IPCC session this summer. Science holds the key not just to reducing our carbon footprint, but also to improving human lives in an age of climbing instability. Finally, let me conclude by reiterating Bulgaria's commitment to climate policy goals. We stand with all countries willing to strengthen climate diplomacy and regional cooperation, as only together we can achieve a better and resilient future for us and for the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Mohammed Muizu, President of Maldives. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I extend our gratitude to the government and people of Azerbaijan for the exceptional hospitality and leadership. We pledge our full support to ensure the success of this COP. We also congratulate the UAE for its successful COP29 presidency. Vulnerable, this is how the Maldives is often portrayed. But we are a nation of extraordinary fortitude. We speak not from desperation, but from a belief in the power of collective action. Our story is not of fragility. It is a testament to resilience, leadership, and international cooperation. Since hosting the first Small States Conference 35 years ago, we have called for stronger climate action. Our call has not changed. Our course has not strayed. Because for us, the environment and the ocean are more than resources. They are our cultural identity. Their protection remains our sacred duty. At COP28, I shared my vision for a climate-resilient Maldives. Despite formidable challenges, we are now seeing the dawn of hope. We recently launched our energy policy and roadmap, green initiatives to strengthen food security and affordable housing, and economic diversification through expanding port services, special economic zones, in addition to new development banking, unlocking new investment opportunities. We will soon unveil our 20-year vision, the blueprint for a sustainable, climate-resilient, developed nation by 2040. Mr. President, it is the lack of finance that inhibits our ambitions, which is why this COP, the finance COP, we need to deliver. The new climate finance goal must reflect the true scale of the climate crisis. The need is in trillions, not billions. It must consider the special circumstances of small island developing states. It must include adaptation, mitigation, and loss and damage, and increase contributions to it. As we approach the next round of nationally determined contributions, developed nations must increase their ambition to close the emissions and finance gap and align with the 1.5-degree goal. Mr. President, as we look around the globe, we see funds flowing freely to wage war, but scrutinized when it's for climate adaptation. We need to reprioritize, revise the international financial system. We must choose the path that changes lives, not the climate. My delegation here is determined that the finance goal should be scored right here in Azerbaijan. Mr. President, 28 COPs later, emissions still rise, finance falls still short, and our hopes fades. Let us prove this time it will be different. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Faure Essozimna Nyasingbe, President of Togo. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation, distingués délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous sommes ici pour rappeler une vérité simple. Les promesses climatiques non tenues ne suffisent plus. Chaque année, l'urgence s'accentue. Chaque année, l'inaction nous rapproche des points de non-retour. Il est temps que nos actions reflètent l'ampleur de l'urgence. Pour nous amener dans cette direction, je voudrais faire deux observations. La première, c'est qu'il faut une véritable justice climatique, c'est-à-dire une responsabilité partagée mais différenciée entre les pays. L'Afrique paie le prix fort de la crise climatique. Nous contribuons peu aux émissions globales, mais nous en subissons néanmoins les impacts les plus sévères. Ce sont nos écosystèmes, notre sécurité alimentaire et nos économies qui sont en première ligne de cette crise. Notre besoin de justice climatique ne peut plus être ignoré. En tant que dirigeants, notre responsabilité à chacun est d'aller au-delà des promesses et d'agir concrètement. Le Togo est prêt à faire sa part. Nous avons fait de la durabilité un pilier de notre développement avec des programmes de reforestation, de protection côtière contre l'érosion et une transition énergétique axée sur les énergies renouvelables. Mais nous n'allons pas seuls inverser la tendance mondiale. C'est la justice climatique qui doit être la boussole de toutes nos discussions ici. Elle demande à ce que des fonds de soutien conséquents soient déployés pour protéger nos populations et notre biodiversité. Elle exige aussi que les grands émetteurs reconnaissent enfin explicitement ce principe de justice climatique dans les accords internationaux. Mon second point, c'est qu'il faut des solutions sur mesure aux défis climatiques africains. Il y a des spécificités africaines à la crise climatique. En plus du fardeau disproportionné, les profils de risques climatiques de nos pays sont souvent différents de ceux observés ailleurs. Il faut aussi reconnaître que l'adaptation climatique présente des défis uniques pour des économies en développement et des sociétés largement rurales. Ces défis spécifiques appellent des réponses spécifiques. Il nous faut des solutions adaptées aux réalités africaines, mais aussi des mécanismes adaptés pour atteindre ces solutions. Nous ne pouvons pas nous contenter de discussions génériques ni de solutions standardisées. Cela signifie financer la régénération écologique de nos littoraux et développer des infrastructures rurales résilientes. Cela implique aussi des modes de financement flexibles et accessibles dédiés aux pays vulnérables. Enfin, il faut veiller à ce que ces investissements se fassent de manière cohérente avec nos autres besoins et engagements. J'en appelle donc à une solidarité climatique authentique où les engagements financiers sont tenus et renforcés. Nos solutions pour le climat doivent être pensées comme des investissements dans notre avenir collectif, pas comme des aides temporaires. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Dr. Hilda Heine, President of Marshall Islands. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
His Excellency Ilhan Aliyev, President of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General, COP29 President Mukhtar Babayev, distinguished heads of states and governments, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. Yahweh, on behalf of the Republic of the Marshall Islands, it is an honor to once again participate in this critical summit. The Marshallese people are navigators. We are the descendants of those that found tiny strings of islands, atolls that just glance above the waves of the wide Pacific Ocean and made them our homes. Our forebears mapped the tides with sticks, coconut fronds, and shells. So it is in our blood to know when a tide is turning. And on climate, the tide is turning today. It is no longer a question of whether the energy transition will occur, but how. Will it be fair and inclusive? Will it be fast enough? Will those that defy our agreements to transition away from fossil fuels and go home to pump more oil, extract more gas, and mine more coal be held to account? Time will judge those that fail to make the transition. Some may fail because of denial and delusions, the misplaced idea that their country somehow will be immune, the fallacy that their short-term interests are worth the destruction on their doorstep, and that they will escape without blame. Other risks falling behind because they lack the resources to make the transition happen. In the Marshall Islands, we have a vision for a future with clean energy and the resilience to withstand climate impacts. But to make that vision a reality, we need much more money, and we need it much faster. Our National Adaptation Plan sets out a pathway for our entire nation to become resilient in the face of the climate crisis. As one of the most vulnerable places on the planet, every aspect of our lives will change, from infrastructure to education, to healthcare, to our economy and culture, to protect our right to live in our homelands and exercise our right to self-determination. We cannot do this by cobbling together project-based funding, waiting for support that takes years to arrive. By improving access, coordinating processes, and reducing choke points, donors can put decisions in our hands where they belong. We've shown that with cooperation, we deliver. In collaboration with Germany and South Korea, a new innovative low-carbon cargo ship, the Juranai, has joined our domestic fleet that will have 80% lower CO2 emissions than comparable ships. The Republic of the Marshall Islands will soon submit a new enhanced NDC. Let me be clear, we have only received half of the finance we need to deliver our last NDC. But we will develop and submit a new one because we know that this system only works when everyone continues to strive and plays their part. But those parts are not all equal. Our contribution to global emission is tiny. Major emitters, members of the G20, if we can do it, so can you. You can and must submit 1.5-degree aligned NDCs that set absolute economy-wide reduction targets and that cover all greenhouse gases and categories. The urgency of these commitments and the urgency to act on them before 2030 is paramount. The repercussions of low ambition and inaction will only get worse. We will be watching for 1.5 greenwashing. You can and must spell out to the rest of the world whose safety relies on your action, how you will deliver, and the energy goals set in Dubai last year. President and Excellencies, the winds are shifting too on climate finance. With the explosive increase in the cost of the climate crisis, it is obvious to everyone that the system isn't working. We can no longer afford to be unrealistic and unresponsive about the cost of the crisis, which we all know are in the trillions of dollars per year. Anyone who is here to fight over who pays for a small share of those needs rather than engage in a collective effort to find the trillions is no friend to islands like mine. Nor can we afford empty promises. Those that have benefited from extractions have an obligation to provide the climate finance that is desperately and urgently needed. We need a new collective quantified goal that sets us on a path to adapt and protect our communities, drive down our emissions, and respond to the ever-increasing loss and damage. That starts with making it crystal clear what climate finance is not. It is not market rate loans, and it's definitely not finance that funds fossil fuel production. Article 9 of the Paris Agreement contains specific protection for SIDS that have never been operationalized. The new call must remedy this by ensuring a minimum floor of finance that flows to our islands. We can no longer afford to base our hope on an international financial architecture that holds us in the past, that perpetuates inequities. There is no shortage of proposals for how to reform these institutions. What has been missing is the willingness to make it happen. Excellencies, climate change threatens human rights. Every person on this planet has the right to a safe and healthy environment where they can thrive and have their dignity upheld. We must heed the voices of those that hold us to account and demand from us as governments the highest standards, and their rights must be respected. We won't succeed with a process and outcomes that are not inclusive. It is clear that women and children will suffer the most if we fail to stay within 1.5 degrees centigrade and to adapt. They must be part of the solution from the community level to the international. We cannot afford to exclude Taiwan, a country which is under threat from the climate crisis, but also offers solution and innovation from this process. They deserve a seat at this table. Excellencies, it is time to fortify faith and trust in the process that we have created together to solve the climate crisis. The Paris Agreement is a beacon of hope that has guided change around the world. The success of this process does not depend on one country, but on all of us. We are here because we share a common commitment to solving the greatest challenge of our time. In our Marshallese culture and traditions, we have a saying, Wakuk Wachimor, which literally means we are all on the same canoe, and that we must all work together if we are to reach our destination. Our world demands that we steer our canoe of humanity to reach a future that is safe and secure for generations to come. Thank you to the government and generous people of Azerbaijan for hosting us here in the beautiful city of Baku. Komoltada, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Nikos Christodoulidis, President of Cyprus. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, at the outset, I would like to extend my gratitude to the government of Azerbaijan for hosting COP29. Today, the goals and attention is focused on our deliberations here in Baku, as the outcomes of this conference are critical to our shared commitment to securing a sustainable future for our planet. Dear friends, I address you today with feelings of honor, but also of great concern. We stand at a critical juncture as the impacts of climate change are intensifying with alarming speed. In the Mediterranean region, we are witnessing a rise in extreme weather events, raging wildfires, severe and prolonged droughts, extreme heats, sea level rise and catastrophic, deadly flooding, as we very recently saw happening in Spain. Speaking also from my own country experience, these extreme weather events are impacting our ecosystem, our economies, including agriculture and tourism, our communities, and the quality of life of our people. They act as a stark warning and also are highlighting the urgent need for decisive, coordinated action. We need immediate, targeted responses at both the national and regional levels. My country has taken proactive steps by implementing a national adaptation strategy since 2017. We are currently updating this strategy in order to strengthen our capacity to manage complex and interlinked climate risk. Despite our small carbon footprint, Cyprus is committed to contributing to global emissions reduction. Within the European Union framework, we submitted an enhanced nationally determined contribution in 2020, pledging to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2020 compared to the 1990 levels, and the European Union as a whole remains resolute in its legally binding commitment to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. At regional level, my country recently relaunched the Eastern Mediterranean and Middle East Climate Change Initiative, aiming to develop synergies to mitigate the impact of climate change with focus on cross-border projects. Dear friends, it is crystal clear that government action alone is not enough. We also need to engage our societies, our citizens, our businesses in this collective mission and fundamentally rethink the relationship between our economies and nature. Green investments, the transformation of the energy and industrial sectors, and the eventual decarbonization across sectors can be the answer to more competitive and healthier markets. Excellencies, as I already stressed, only by acting collectively with urgency and ambition, we can avert the most severe consequences of climate change. With this in mind, we need to successfully conclude COP29 with a determined and forward-looking outcome, crystallizing pathways and opportunities for climate resilient and sustainable development. Before closing, dear friends, I would like to acknowledge the importance of youth. Young voices have been instrumental in pushing for an ambitious climate agenda. Let's hear their voices and let's heed their call. If we ignore these voices, our children and grandchildren will inherit a climate and natural dystopia. Let us resolutely walk together the path of climate neutrality. Only together we can build resilient, sustainable and green societies for the generations that will inherit our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Peter Pellegrini, President of Slovakia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year my country, Slovakia, as others in Europe, has experienced the hottest summer on record. It brought heavy rains and devastating floods. The greenhouse gas concentrations are the highest in the humankind. We have crossed critical 1.5 Celsius degrees in 12 consecutive months. And this gives us a real taste of what the planet can become. Climate change accelerates, so it's the detrimental effects on our planet. Longer we wait, more we can lose in terms of lives, ecosystems, and economies. Esteemed colleagues, in face of climate change danger, every single country is too small. True commitment of all to multilateralism is badly needed. Let us ask, can we succeed without all the biggest economies and polluters stepping up? Developing countries need our solidarity. Can they succeed if our approach to financing and its contributors remain the same? Everyone needs to speed up. My country does. We cut our emissions by almost 50% since 1990. In energy sector, we shut down our last coal mine in 2023 and remaining 2 coal power plants recently. It's a big step towards full phase-out of coal from our power generation. At this COP, Slovakia joins the call to action for no new coal. Soon, my country's electricity will come from low-emission sources by 90%, mainly nuclear and renewables. We will also become its net exporter, and already we help Ukraine, which lacks electricity due to Russian aggression. For Slovakia, the second-largest producer in Europe, nuclear is crucial on path towards neutrality. In innovations, we want to go beyond small modular reactors. Only around 40% of nuclear fuel we can turn into energy in current large-scale reactors. We want to become leader in multiple reuse of this spent fuel. This could be a real breakthrough in energy security or costly nuclear waste storage. We could secure enough energy for many generations to come. Till end of this decade, my country plans to reduce emissions at least by 55%. To achieve it, we will invest €14 billion to decarbonize sectors, increase renewables, and to advance our resilience. I am advocate of the rational choice that do not harm the working people, the most vulnerable, our competitiveness and prosperity. If we lose trust of our citizens as politicians, we cannot succeed. Slovakia pledged to contribute €2.2 million to the Green Climate Fund by 2027. Our climate finance grow. It helps our developing partners to build their cleaner future and their resilience to climate adversity. Colleagues, I wish this COP and its presidency a progress towards meaningful climate action in line with the global stocktake along all standards of the Paris Agreement for sustainable well-being of and at our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Charles Michel, President of the European Council, speaking on behalf of the European Union. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement et de délégation, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, chacun vos titres et qualités, le monde est sur le fil du rasoir. Guerre d'agression de la Russie contre l'Ukraine, guerre à Gaza et crise tragique au Proche-Orient, guerre civile au Soudan, ces conflits et de nombreux autres entraînent des désastres humanitaires pour les populations civiles et polarisent nos sociétés partout dans le monde. L'impérialisme violent, vengeance éternelle, châtiment collectif sont des poisons qui nous mettent tous en danger. L'Union européenne croit profondément dans un monde et un ordre fondés sur des règles. La force de la loi et pas la loi de la force des règles qui doivent être décidées ensemble. Mesdames et Messieurs, chaque semaine, quelque part dans le monde, nous faisons face aux conséquences dévastatrices des changements climatiques. Cette menace climatique est existentielle pour l'espèce humaine et nous portons la responsabilité, nous, espèces humaines, de cette guerre contre la nature. Et c'est vrai, certains portent plus que d'autres cette responsabilité, les pays dits développés. Et c'est ainsi que les accords de Paris doivent constituer notre traité de paix avec la nature. Le principe de coopération doit être le mode de mise en œuvre de cet accord. Courage et pas procrastination, solidarité plutôt qu'égoïsme, ambition plutôt que renoncement, choisir l'instinct de survie plutôt que le suicide collectif. Vous pouvez compter sur l'Union européenne. Nous sommes au rendez-vous du financement. 31 milliards de dollars dans le cadre de la promesse des 100 milliards, c'est plus que la part équitable de l'Union européenne et nous encourageons tous nos collègues à suivre cet exemple, y compris nos collègues du G7 et des économies émergentes. Nous insistons sur la nécessité d'inclure une base plus large et nous pensons qu'il faut élargir le groupe des contributeurs en tant que condition préalable pour réaliser un nouvel objectif ambitieux. Nous soutenons une approche à plusieurs niveaux. Nous croyons dans la tarification carbone comme étant un puissant levier et nous croyons également que le commerce international et que les banques de développement doivent être mobilisées pour rencontrer cet accord. L'euro est la monnaie du climat. L'euro est la monnaie du financement pour les obligations vertes avec plus d'un tiers d'entre elles qui sont émises en euros. Nous sommes déterminés à soutenir les pays en développement. Nous le faisons avec les partenariats pour une transition énergétique équitable. Afrique du Sud, Indonésie et d'autres pays sont des pays que nous supportons. Il y a quelques semaines, à New York, et je conclus, nous avons déjoué les pronostics pessimistes en concluant un accord, le pacte pour le futur. Dans ce moment sombre pour l'ordre multilatéral fondé sur des règles, ce pacte offre quelque peu de lumière. Je forme le vœu que cette COP soit celle de la confiance, de la ténacité et des actes qui se joignent aux paroles. Vous pouvez compter sur l'Union européenne. Je vous remercie.
It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Gordana Slianaska-Daskova, President of North Macedonia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank the Republic of Azerbaijan and the President Aliyev for hosting, in my opinion, this urgent conference. We have gathered at COP29 in the midst of a war. The good news is, some would say, that the aggressor is already suffering heavy losses and will most probably lose the war. The bad news is that the aggressor is humankind itself, with its unsustainable production systems and consumer habits. Unless we hold global warming below 1.5 degrees by 2050, instead of sustainability and growth, we will have to think about habitability and survival. In this war against nature, it is the innocent, the children, the vulnerable populations and small developing nations who often suffer most. Situated in one of the most climate vulnerable regions in the world, the Mediterranean, we must adapt our security, defense, energy, health, tourism, water, educational and other systems to this multidimensional challenge, making them inclusive to women, children, and youth. We have endorsed the declarations on enhanced action in tourism and on water for climate action. In addition, I have appointed a climate expert in my National Security Council, and we have joined the group of friends on climate and security. Our goal is to accelerate the transition to a low-carbon economy across all sectors, including energy, transport, industry, and agriculture. To achieve green growth, we'll invest in green jobs and reskill workers, moving away from carbon-based energy production. Sustainable energy transition must be environmentally and socially just. We adopted a law on climate action. We will introduce a legal framework for monitoring, reporting, verification, and accreditation. In parallel, we will adopt a revised law on energy and a new law on renewables. These laws support the implementation of the challenging green agenda and sustainable connectivity cluster in EU membership negotiations, requiring €3.1 billion for renewable energy and energy efficiency. The Economic and Investment Plan and the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans provide funding for this. Regardless of progress in the EU accession process, countries should have ongoing access to climate action funds before membership. Esteemed Excellencies, we need a peace agreement, a natural contract, as Michel Serra would say, to stop treating nature as adversary and start treating it as partner. The Paris Agreement, the SDGs, and are the blueprint of that peace agreement, of that natural contract. Let's implement them in the line with the principle Pacta sunt servanda.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Alexander Stubb, President of Finland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies and colleagues. In the age of multipolarity, we probably need multilateralism more than ever. And I guess climate change is a litmus test for multilateralism. And the reason for that is quite simple. If we fail this test, efforts to address any kind of global challenges, say sustainable development, technology, or demography, will all be in vain. And of course, if we fail to limit the increase of global temperature, future generations will be left with a world which has more pandemics, more hunger, and more conflict. Now, at the same time, we must of course ensure that climate action is aligned with the broader development agenda. And I don't say the following thing just because I have a daughter of 23 years old, but I do want to emphasize the importance of women and youth in the fight against climate change.
And in many ways, the choice is actually quite binary. It's black and white. You can have either multipolar and transactional disorder or multilateral cooperative order. Without changing the current power balance, I'm afraid the former will prevail over the latter. Now, the growing influence of formats such as G20, where representation better reflects the global realities, is of course welcome. But taking on more power in global decision-making should also mean taking more responsibility. Countries which seek to upgrade their global influence to reflect modern realities cannot demand that global responsibilities are forever based on circumstances in the early 1990s. So therefore, the largest emitters and the largest economies will determine the direction of the whole planet. Reflecting on these developments, I would like to underline 3 points where I think COP29 is pivotal. First, we all have to take more responsibility for reducing emissions. Last year in Dubai, we took the crucial step by agreeing on the transition away from fossil fuels. Now we need to turn our promises into practice as we prepare our new nationally determined contributions ahead of COP30 in Belém. It's crucial that especially the G20 members show leadership by setting the most ambitious targets possible in line with the 1.5 degrees limit. Second, we all have to finance. The new collective quantified goal needs to be both ambitious and achievable. It has to reflect the current global economy and sources of emission, not the situation more than 30 years ago. I'm pleased to announce that Finland will be providing additional funding to the Systematic Observations Finance Facility to help strengthen adaptation and build resilience, especially in the least developed countries and small island developing stage. And let me conclude by saying that we actually need 3 things simultaneously. We need targets and legislation, we need finance, both public and private, and we need technological innovations. And the bottom line is that we need all 3 of them together. We cannot regulate ourselves out of this crisis, we cannot pay ourselves out of this crisis, but we can innovate ourselves from this crisis. Here in Baku, I'm really looking forward to explore all of these things achieved together. And whenever in the future I hear that gong, I shall take it as a symbol for the urgency we have to fight climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Jakov Milatovic, President of Montenegro. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Your Excellencies, it is a profound honor to participate on behalf of Montenegro in this distinguished gathering. COP29 is taking place at a crucial time. The data from the UN agencies are showing that 2024 is on track to be the hottest year on record. The negative consequences of the climate change are increasingly impacting communities worldwide, with Montenegro being no exception, thus underscoring the urgent need for climate action. Since the early 1990s, Montenegro's commitment to aligning national policies with international sustainability standards has been evident, especially when the country became the first nation in the world to establish its status as an ecological state within our own constitution, thus pledging to integrate all environmental considerations across areas of national governance. Although our share in global CO2 emissions is negligible and Montenegro's contribution to environmental goals may seem modest in a global context, this does not exempt us from the responsibility to contribute to collective efforts towards carbon neutrality. As an EU candidate country, Montenegro aligns its policies with those of the EU, and as such, we have committed to sharing the climate ambition expressed in the European Green Agenda. Through our NDCs, Montenegro has pledged to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 35% by 2030 compared to 1990 levels. And as the goal is assessed to have been already achieved, the country is planning to raise the target to 55%, while the policymakers are actively exploring ways to further enhance this goal. In parallel, Montenegro is actively investing in renewable energy infrastructure, including the development of wind farms and solar energy panels, while the plans for doubling the capacity of the undersea electricity connection with Italy is already being planned, thus positioning Montenegro as a unique link between the Balkan and Italian electricity systems. The country is accelerating the implementation of energy efficiency initiatives, especially within public institutions, and these efforts are being supported by major international organizations. Montenegro has also emerged as a regional leader in innovative financing mechanisms for sustainable development. Building on existing institutions like the Eco Fund, the country has, in partnership with the UN office in Montenegro, introduced what we call Sustainable Development Goals Acceleration Fund, thus creating a unique and powerful tool for fostering partnerships that represent a new generation of financing for SDGs. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, on the path to carbon neutrality, we must remain committed to just transition. Dear colleagues, time is the most precious resource at our disposal, and every day counts as crucial in our collective pursuit of a climate-resilient economy. Collaboration is essential in this endeavor, so I urge us all to leave this event with a renewed sense of urgency and commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Ramchandra Paldale, President of Nepal. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
अध्यक्षज्यू, महामहिम तथा सज्जनवृन्द, म आज जलवायु न्याय र क्षतिपूर्तिको आवाज लिएर यस सम्मेलनमा सहभागी हुन आएको छु। नगण्य कार्बन उत्सर्जन गर्ने तर व्यापक नकारात्मक असर बेहोर्नुपर्ने विरोधाभासपूर्ण अवस्थाबाट नेपाल गुज्रिरहेको छ। नेपाल अहिले पनि जलवायुजन्य प्रकोपको आलो पीडामा छ। हालैको बाढी, पहिरो र हिमताल विस्फोट जस्ता विपदबाट सयौं मानिसको मृत्यु र अरबौंको भौतिक क्षति भएको छ, जसको पुनर्लाभ र पुनर्स्थापन अझ भइसकेको छैन। जलवायु परिवर्तनको मारबाट पृथ्वी नै सङ्कटमा त छ, तर विशेष गरी गरिब, अल्पविकसित, विकासशील तथा साना टापु मुलुकहरू यसको पीडाबाट बढी प्रभावित छन्। विश्व समुदायको हित र पृथ्वीको रक्षाको लागि नेपालले प्राकृतिक स्रोत साधनको उपयोगमा अनुशासन कायम राख्दै कार्बन उत्सर्जन न्यूनीकरणको महत्त्वाकांक्षी एनडीसी योजना कार्यान्वयन गरिरहेका छौँ। वन क्षेत्र बढाएका छौँ, स्वच्छ ऊर्जा उत्पादन र आपूर्तिमा जोड दिएका छौँ। अरू थुप्रै प्रयासहरू भएका छन्। हाम्रा प्रयासका तुलनामा जलवायु परिवर्तनको असर व्यापक रहेकोले हाम्रा सामु धेरै चुनौतीहरू छन्, जसको सामना गर्न हाम्रो क्षमताले पुग्दैन। अध्यक्षज्यू, जलवायु अनुकूलन र उत्सर्जन न्यूनीकरणका लागि हामीले गरिबी निवारणमा छुट्याएको बजेट कटौती गर्नु परेको छ। यसबाट हामीहरू झन अन्यायमा परेका छौँ। यसका लागि प्रदूषकले प्रदूषण बापतको क्षतिपूर्ति तिर्नुपर्ने सिद्धान्त व्यवहारमा लागू गर्नुको साथै उत्सर्जन घटाउनु पनि पर्दछ। जलवायु वित्त कोषहरूमा घोषणा गरिएको रकम अपुग्त छँदैछ। घोषणा गरिएको रकम पनि जम्मा हुन नसक्नु, जम्मा भएको रकम पनि झन्झटिलो प्रक्रियाले गर्दा लक्षित समुदायमा सहज पहुँच हुन नसक्नु दुःखद हो। जलवायु जोखिममा परेका विकासशील राष्ट्रलाई दिने गरी स्थापना भएको हानि नोक्सानी कोषलाई छिटो सञ्चालनमा ल्याउन म आह्वान गर्दछु। हिमाल, स्वच्छ पानी र जैविक विविधताको संरक्षणमा योगदान गर्ने नेपाल जस्तो मुलुकको योगदानको मूल्याङ्कन र सोको भुक्तानीमा जोड दिन चाहन्छु। पेरिस सम्झौताको बाध्यकारी व्यवस्था र विकसित राष्ट्रको प्रतिबद्धता अनुरूप प्रविधि हस्तान्तरण र क्षमता विकासमा यथेष्ट अनुदान रकम प्रदान गरिनुपर्दछ। जलवायु वित्तबाट सञ्चालन हुने कार्यक्रम अनुदानका रूपमा राज्य कोष मार्फत सञ्चालन गर्न आवश्यक छ। अध्यक्षज्यू, गोला बारुदमा खर्च भइरहेको ठुलो स्रोत साधन जलवायु परिवर्तनका नकारात्मक असर न्यूनीकरण गर्दै मानव सभ्यताको बचाउमा उपयोग गर्नुपर्दछ। जलवायु न्याय, समता र क्षमताका आधारमा जलवायु वित्तमा नवीन साझा परिणामात्मक लक्ष्य निर्धारण गर्न र पृथ्वीको औसत तापक्रम वृद्धिलाई 1.5% 5 डिग्री सेल्सियसमा सीमित राख्न तथा हिमाली एवं अल्प विकसित मुलुकहरूलाई जलवायु न्याय एवं दिगो विकास सुनिश्चित गर्न सम्मेलनले ठोस प्रतिबद्धता गर्नेछ भन्ने आशा लिएको छु। पर्वतीय मुलुकका सेता हिमाल काला पहाडमा परिणत हुने क्रमले ती मुलुकमा मात्र होइन तल्लो तटीय मुलुकहरूलाई सङ्कटमा पुर्याउँछ भन्ने विश्वले बिर्सनुहुन्न। यसका लागि हिमालदेखि समुद्रको सम्मको एकीकृत र समष्टिगत अनुकूलन अवधारणालाई औपचारिक संवादको विषय बनाउन प्रस्ताव गर्दछु। नेपालले यसै अवधारणामा आधारित भई सगरमाथा संवाद कार्यक्रम सञ्चालन गर्न लागेको म जानकारी गराउँदछु। अन्त्यमा हिमालको सुरक्षा भनेकै पृथ्वीको सुरक्षा हो भन्ने सबैले ख्याल गरौँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of Suriname. His Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon. As President, I'm here today to inform the COP that my country, Suriname, a member of CARICOM, a carbon-negative nation, rich in natural resources, is on a path of sustainable green development strategy and is a determined advocate in the fight against climate change. Our vast forests, still covering 93% of our territory, act as a vital carbon sink, absorbing more carbon dioxide than our economy emits, and we are committed to stay carbon negative. CARICOM and CIS nations are facing the injustice of a crisis they didn't cause, a crisis they cannot solve alone, even with their best efforts to cut their emissions, which are now lower than 1%. Developed countries must act now to support the resilience and transition of developing nations. We as CARICOM leaders are committed to stay below 1.5 degrees this century as pledged, and we ask you all to do your part. My country will continue to contribute to our green transition, adapt to climate impacts, and achieve our sustainable development goals through a green development strategy, leaving no one behind. A balanced and responsible exploitation of the oil and gas sector after the announcement of the FID recently will be an integral part of this strategy. Suriname's strong commitment to environmental leadership is evident through our leading position in the Environmental Performance Index in Latin America and being the first country to develop internationally transferred mitigation outcomes ITMOs. Madam President, most CARICOM states lack the financial capacity and resources to recover from escalating climate impacts. Outdated GDP-based criteria keep concessional financing out of the reach of many of us, despite adoption of the multidimensional vulnerability index at the United Nations. Yet, international financial institutions have not implemented it. CARICOM calls for a binding commitment to allocate at least 15% of climate finance to SITs instead of the unacceptable 1.5% SITs now receive. We call for easier, more tailored access to climate financing for SITs, including simplified applications, capacity building, direct funding, and affordable financing. Developed nations have a duty to support those less responsible and more vulnerable to climate change, requiring immediate action to correct this imbalance and climate injustice. The Loss and Damage Fund must be made functional and effective urgently. This must be fixed in 2025. Without significant increases in climate finance, SITs cannot adapt the climate impacts or achieve sustainable development. Inaction threatens their very existence. Finally, Mr. President, it is time to take bold action now to help SITs confront the urgent threat of climate change. I thank you, and may God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Denis Bersirovic, Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Distinguished Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me thank to host Azerbaijan and United Nations for organizing this important conference. The state of our planet is alarming. Accelerated climate changes are the result of irresponsible human actions. By industrializing the earth, man endangered nature and thus endangered himself. The path our civilization is currently on is leading to catastrophe. One of the key problems today is the complete erosion of moral. We are witnessing that some big countries preach heaven but practice hell. Because of such policy, both people and nature are suffering. One of the biggest obstacles in the fight against the climate crisis is state egoism. Unfortunately, certain countries consider that this is not a critical issue for the current generation and choose to defer its resolution to future generations. This mindset is deeply wrong. The challenges are different for each of our countries, but the goal is the same. Let's be on the same side in the fight against the climate crisis. The growing climate crisis requires us to make changes in our value system. To mitigate the climate crisis, we need to focus, among other things, on more responsible policies that promote nature protection, improvement of green financing standards, strengthening climate diplomacy, educational programs that will encourage climate innovation, and empowering a new generation of climate leaders. Bosnia and Herzegovina is determined to contribute to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, achieve climate neutrality, carry out the energy transition, and to contribute to the implementation of the Paris Agreement on climate change. Bosnia and Herzegovina is actively working on the adoption of the Integrated National Energy and Climate Plan. The document outlines Bosnia and Herzegovina's strategic determination, direction in the process of decarbonization of the energy sector until 2030 with a clear vision to 2050. Finally, let's not forget, the earth does not belong to humans, but humans belong to the earth. Let's continue our fight against climate change. It is a fight for our future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Nana Addo Danwa Kufu-Addo, President of Ghana. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Chairperson, Excellencies, distinguished leaders, Ghana thanks Azerbaijan for her warm welcome and congratulates her for assuming the chairmanship of COP with dedication to our shared future, as I attend COP for the last time as President of the Republic of Ghana. Today we gather not merely as leaders or policymakers, but as individuals bound by our love for our lands and future generations. We're here to declare we stand in solidarity for a green world. For Ghana, climate change is real and immediate, affecting our farmers, coastlines, and communities. Rising temperatures and unpredictable weather threaten our livelihoods daily. Yet we respond with resilience and commitment. In 2021, Ghana submitted updated nationally determined contributions to the United Nations, encompassing 47 programs to mitigate and adapt to climate impacts. Our goal is to cut emissions by 64 million metric tons by 2030. Demanding investments between 10 and 15 billion United States dollars. Despite financial and technical hurdles, we're determined to meet the Paris Agreement's goals across agriculture, transport, forestry, energy, and other sectors. We have made strides. The Green Ghana project has planted 50 million trees, and forest restoration efforts have covered 721,000 hectares since 2017 when I came to office. 13 mitigation actions have cut annual greenhouse gas emissions by 43% since 2021. Ghana's national electric vehicle policy, backed by tax incentives, promotes sustainable mobility, and our energy transition framework steers us towards a green future. Through Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, Ghana has mobilized 800 million United States dollars by trading carbon credits with nations like Switzerland and Sweden. However, we cannot reach our climate goals alone. We call on our global partners to honor their commitments, ensuring accessible concessional financing for sustainable development in Africa without unsustainable debt. As a father and a grandfather, I question what we will leave behind. What world will we leave behind? Our children's future hinges on our decisions. That COP29 here in Azerbaijan mark a pivotal shift from dialogue to decisive action. Let us act boldly, showing future generations that we fought for them. Ghana stands united with the world for a green, resilient tomorrow. Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Kurulsuk Akna, President of Mongolia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Бүгд найрамдах Азербайджан улсын ерөнхийлөгч эрхэмсэг ноён Илхам Алиев, Эрхэм үндэт нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын ерөнхий нэрийн бичгийн дарга Антонио Гутерриш, Эрхэм үндэт зочид төлөөлөгчд хатагтай ноёдоо. Байгалийн хүчин зүйл хүний үйл ажиллагааны сөрөг нөлөөгөөр дэлхийн уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлт хурдцтай явагдаж, дэлхийн техникийн тогтвортой хөгжил, хүн төрөлхтний амьдрал сөргөөр нөлөөлж буй энэ цаг үед та бид улс төрийн мандайлал, хамтын хүчин чармаалт, үйл ажиллагаагаа улам эрчимжүүлэх шаардлага зүй ёсоор тавигдж байна. Улс орнууд Парисын хэлцээр хүлээсэн үүрэг амлалтаа биелүүлэх боломж улам бүр буурсаар байгааг нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагаас та бидэнд байнга анхааруулж байгаа. Нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын ерөнхий нэрийн бичгийн дарга Антонио Гутерриш амжилтгүй мандайлал, биелүүлэггүй үүрэг амлалт, асар их алдагдсан боломжоо шалтгаалж ам ажлын зөрүүний ангал хавцад үүслэ хэмээн хэлснийг бид онцгой анхаарч ажиллах шаардлагатай байгаамаа. Тиймээс өнөөдөр хүн төрөлхтөн их байгалыг эрхшээх бус энэрэн хүндэтгэх нэгэн зорилгодоор хамтан ирээдүйн төлөө нэгдэж улс орон бүр илүү бодит үр дүнд хүрэхийн тулд төр, хувийн хэвшил, иргэний нийгэм зэрэг нийгмийн бүх бүлгүүдийг хамарсан үндэсний хэмжээний зөвшөлтсөл, нэгдмэл бодлого, харилцан ойлголцлыг бэхжүүлэх явдал шаардлагатай байна. Хэрвээ хүн төрөлхтөн их дэлхийг хамгаалах, уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлт, газрын доройтол, биологийн олон янз байдлын хомсдолтой цаг алдалгүй эрс шийдэмгий тэмцэхгүй бол их дэлхий цаашид та бидэндгүйгээр оршин тогтнох өөрийн замаа сонгох болно. Их байгальтайгаа зүй зохистой зэрэгцэн орчин хүн төрөлхтний оршин тогтохын үндэс болохыг бид хизээч мартаж болохгүй. Ялангуяа хөгжиж болон уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтөд өртөмтгий эмзэг улс орнуудын хувьд өрийн хэмжээ өндөр, дотоод төсөв, санхүүгийн нөөц боломж бага байгаагаас тэдгээр улс орнууд Парисын хэлцээрээр хүлээсэн үүрэг амлалтаа амжилттай бүрэн биелүүлэхэд санхүүгийн эрсдэлтэй нүүр тулж байгаамаа. Тиймээс энэ удаагийн 29-р баг хурлаар дэлхийн удирдагчид, улс орнууд, ялангуяа хөгжиж буй орнуудын тэргүүлэх чиглэл хэрэгцээ шаардлагыг харгалзан үзэж, уур амьсгалын санхүүжилтийн нэгдмэл хамтын шин зорилгыг дэмжин баталж, уур амьсгалын санхүүжилтийг эрс нэмэгдүүлэх шаардлагатай байгааг бас онцлон тэмдэглэж байна. Монгол улсын хувьд Парисын хэлцээрээр хүлээсэн үүрэг амлалтаа бүрэн амжилттай хэрэгжүүлэхэд ойролцоогоор дотоодын нийт бүтээгдэхүүний 50 гаруй хувьтай тэнцэх хэмжээний санхүүжилт шаардлагатай байгаа юм. Энэ хүрээнд манай улс сэргээрт гэрчим хүч, ногоон хөдөө аж ахуй, ойн салбарын санхүүжилт, хөрөнгө оруулалтыг нэмэгдүүлэх зорилгоор хууль эрх зүй, бизнесийн орчны цогц шинжилгээг бас хийж байна. Тухайлбал манай улс тэр умд үндэсний хөдөлгөөний хүрээнд олон улсын хамтын ажиллагаа, хөрөнгө оруулалтыг нэмэгдүүлэх, мөнхийн Монгол байгаль хамгааллын байнгын санхүүжилтийн тогтолцоог бүрдүүлээд байна. Эрхэм хүндэт хурлын дарга, нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын эмэгтэйчүүдийн байгууллагын судалгаагаар хэрв дэлхийн нийт уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтийг сааруулах зорилттой хүрч чадахгүй тохиолдолд 2050 он хүртэл 160 сая орчим охид эмэгтэйчүүд шинээр ядууралд өртөж, 240 сая орчим охид эмэгтэйчүүдийн хүнсний аюулгүй байдал алдагдах эрсдэлтэй байгааг анхааруулсан байна. Тиймээс Монгол улс өнгөрсөн 8 дугаар сард нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагатай хамтран дэлхийн эмэгтэйчүүдийн чуулган уулзалтыг ногоон ирээдүйн төлөө уран дор эх орондоо амжилттай зохион байгуулсан. Тогтвортой хөгжлийн ирээдүйн төлөөх Улаанбаатарын тунхлыг гарган уур амьсгалын өөрчлөлтөд тэмцэхэд эмэгтэйчүүдийн оролцоо мандалыг нэмэгдүүлэх уриалгыг дэлхийн улс орнуудад дэвшүүлээд байна. Түүнчлэн энэхүү санаачлагын нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын ерөнхий ассамблеийн баталсан 2025 оныг хоршоолын олон улсын жил болгон тэмдэглэх тухай, 2026 оныг бэлчээр ба нүүдлийн мал аж ахуйн олон улсын жилээр зарлах тухай тогтоолыг хэрэгжүүлэх болон цөлжилтөд тэмцэх нэгдсэн үндэсний байгууллагын конвенцийн талуудын 17 дугаар баг хурлыг 2026 онд Улаанбаатар хотноо зохион байгуулах бэлтгэлийг хангахад чухал хөрнөмөр болно гэж бид үзэж байна. Мөн Монгол улс хөлөмжийн хийг бууруулах, шингээлтийг нэмэгдүүлэх, олон улсын хамтын нийгэмлэгийн хүчин чармаалтыг бүрэн дэмжиж, Парисын хэлцээрээр хүлээсэн үүрэг амлалтаа биелүүлэхийн төлөө хувь нэмрээ оруулан бүхий боломжоо дайчлан ажиллана гэдгээ бас үүгээр дахин нотолж байна. Мөнх хөх тэнгэр хүн төрлөختөн биднийг үн мөнхөд ивэж дайн дэлхий амар амгалан байх болтугай. Баярлалаа. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Taya Asiti Selassie Amdi, President of Ethiopia. Your Excellency, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Excellencies, heads of state and governments, distinguished dignitaries, I express my sincere gratitude to the government and people of the Republic of Azerbaijan for their gracious hospitality. Under the Azerbaijan's leadership, we aspire and hope to translate our Paris Agreement commitments into tangible actions. We must collectively reverse humanity's trajectory of destruction and do justice to the victims of climate change, particularly vulnerable nations in Africa and small island states. Without probing into the familiar debates, Excellencies, I wish to outline 5 initiatives Ethiopia has employed to enhance our collective climate effort. First, under Ethiopia's Green Legacy Initiative, we were able to plant 40 billion seedlings, expanding our forest coverage to 23.6% with the potential to sink 10 billion tons of carbon. We have allocated 1% of our national budget for the Green Legacy and Land Restoration Fund. This initiative can be scaled up, and we urge global support for this endeavor. Second, our heat-resistant wheat project yield 107 million quintals of wheat in 3 years, making our food system carbon negative and our crops climate resilient. With adequate financial support, Ethiopia's model can be replicated globally. Third, as part of our national determined contributions, Ethiopia has demonstrated measurable and implementable renewable energy by heavily investing in hydro-based and diversified clean energy generation. We have accomplished this by leveraging our own domestic resources. It is in this light that we are successful integrating energy grids in the region as well. 4, cognizant of the fact that urban green space have declined, Ethiopia, through its corridor development program, prioritizes people-centered and climate-smart approach to reverse this alarming trend. Addis Ababa is a testament to this. 5th, Ethiopia has now become among the few nations in the world to pass a law banning fuel automobiles as part of reducing the impact of greenhouse gas emission. Finally, the debate on climate finance has become overly complex and painstakingly slow-paced. We have to simplify the process and focus on practical solutions. We must finalize the new collective quantified goal on climate finance and make it operational. While we demand increased financial support, we express deep concern over the inadequate, complex, and delayed disbursement of existing funds. Many African nations are leading by example to the best of our abilities. In light of this, Ethiopia has developed its subsequent NDCs, long-term low emission development strategy, and national adaptation plan that guides our collective commitment to significantly lessen the impact of climate change. We therefore urge all countries, particularly developed nations and major emitters, to follow suit. Indeed, the clock is ticking. Therefore, there is no time to lose, and let us join hands to build a sustainable future for generations to come. I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency First Lieutenant General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, Abdurrahman al-Burhan, President of Sudan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سيد الرئيس، حضور جميعا، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله
وبركاته. يسرني أن أتقدم أولا بالشكر لفخامة الرئيس إلهام علييف رئيس جمهورية أذربيجان ولسيد الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة على تنظيم هذا الملتقى الهام، متمنيا التوفيق والنجاح لأعمال الدورة 29. سيد الرئيس، نجتمع اليوم وكوكبنا يزداد تحديات وتزداد مخاطره جراء آثار تغير المناخ وانعكاساته السالبة على قطاعات هامة في حياة الناس في المياه والزراعة والأمن الغذائي والصحة والموارد الطبيعية. وقد طالب السودان كغيره من الدول بضرورة تنفيذ اتفاقية باريس كأولوية رئيسية، وما زالت بلادي تساهم بفعالية في تنفيذ الاتفاقية على المستوى العالمي والإقليمي والوطني. وقد ظلت قضية التكيف المناخي على رأس الأولويات في الحكومة لتأثيرها على برامج التنمية الوطنية. سيد الرئيس، حضور الكرام، إنما تتعرض له بلادي من عدوان تشنه عليه ميليشيا الدعم السريع المتمردة، وما سببته هذه الحرب من أضرار بالغة بالدولة وبنيتها الاقتصادية والبيئية، حيث تضررت البيئة ضررا مزدوجا. فمع تغير المناخ ساهمت الممارسات غير المستدامة الناتجة عن الحرب مثل زيادة قطع الغابات والنزوح الداخلي وهجر الأراضي الزراعية وزيادة التلوث الناجم عن مخلفات الحرب نتيجة لتدمير البنية التحتية. رغم ذلك اتخذنا في حكومة السودان العديد من السياسات والإجراءات، واعتمدت الحكومة خطط وبرامج لزيادة كفاءة الإنتاج وزيادة نسبة الاعتماد على الطاقات البديلة. سيد الرئيس، ختاما، تظل قضايا التمويل وتوطين واستدامة التنمية من أهم المطلوبات من المجتمع الدولي والدول المانحة لمساعدة الدول النامية والأقل نمواً لإيجاد الحلول لقضايا تغير المناخ والتكيف للإيفاء بالالتزامات التي تعين دولنا على ذلك. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Mia Sandu, President of the Republic of Moldova. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Distinguished delegates, it's an honor to address you on behalf of the Moldovan people. My deep gratitude goes to His Excellency President Aliyev and the government of Azerbaijan for hosting COP29 in Baku. Ladies and gentlemen, Moldova exemplifies the injustice of climate change. While contributing a mere 0.03% of global emissions, we are Europe's most vulnerable country to climate impacts. For Moldova, climate change is not a distant threat. It is a present reality impacting our daily lives, economy, and especially our rural communities who depend on agriculture. Rising temperatures, prolonged droughts, and erratic rainfall are reducing yields in crops like wheat and corn, while Moldova's vineyards, central to our economy and heritage, face new challenges. Access to water is increasingly strained, affecting both agriculture and daily life. Small and developing economies worldwide share this burden, often lacking the resources to recover. This underscores the urgent need for an equitable, accessible climate finance system that prioritizes vulnerable nations and builds resilience. It's only fair that we count on support from major economies. To expedite climate action, existing funds and programs must also cut through the bureaucratic delays, which can span years. In Moldova, we're doing our part. Despite multiple crises due to Russia's brutal war against Ukraine, which impacts our economy significantly, we launched a national afforestation program, an effort to expand forest cover by 5%, showing our commitment to a greener future. Despite limited resources, we pursue this goal for the health of our planet and future generations, improving air quality, biodiversity, and land. The recent global energy crisis spurred us into swift action. We're reducing consumption through energy efficiency and expanding renewables. Yet, afforestation and decarbonization are costly, and with greater support, we could accelerate this existential work. Ladies and gentlemen, time is running out. Global warming won't wait until other crises are resolved. History will judge us if we fail to act, risking vast areas of our planet becoming unlivable. Our solidarity today will shape the Earth's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Geraldo Ackerman, Vice President of Brazil. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Senhora Presidente, senhoras e senhores, o percurso e os esforços diplomáticos da Convenção do Clima, iniciados em 1992, no Rio de Janeiro, Brasil, nos trazem agora a Baku, no Azerbaijão, para a COP29. Cada uma das etapas desse caminho representa avanços e hesitações do multilateralismo na tarefa de atingir metas ambientais comuns e na capacidade de estarmos à altura dos desafios. A Conferência de Baku aspira a definir o novo objetivo de financiamento climático. Este objetivo deve ser ambicioso, de modo a limitar o aumento da temperatura a 1,5 graus Celsius. Baku tem também o desafio de finalizar as negociações do mercado de carbono e orientar o caminho para a implementação dos compromissos históricos atingidos na COP28, em particular sobre energia e florestas. O Brasil é reconhecido como uma potência ambiental e também líder na segurança alimentar. Temos a maior floresta tropical do mundo. Temos a matriz energética mais limpa entre as grandes economias. Uma agricultura eficiente e verde. E, sobretudo, temos a consciência e o comprometimento de que só há um futuro se for sustentável. Estamos implementando o Plano Clima, que servirá como guia da política climática brasileira até 2035. Firmamos também o Pacto pela Transformação Ecológica entre os 3 poderes do Estado brasileiro, para a implementação do qual é fundamental a participação da sociedade civil. Precisamos de medidas concretas e no ritmo necessário. Terei a honra de apresentar nessa COP29 a NDC do Brasil. Nossa meta reflete nossa mais alta ambição, a redução de emissões de até 67% até 2035, comparada ao ano de 2005. Ambiciosa, certamente, mas também factível. Para isso, entretanto, precisaremos juntos assegurar as condições e meios de implementação adequados. Nossa NDC é muito mais do que simplesmente uma meta de redução de emissões para 2035. Ela reflete a visão de um país que se volta para o futuro e que está determinado a ser protagonista da nova economia global, com energias renováveis, combate à desigualdade e comprometimento com o desenvolvimento sustentável. O sucesso da COP29 é parte fundamental para o sucesso da COP30, que teremos o orgulho de sediar em Belém, no Brasil, e também para a resposta global à mudança do clima. A omissão de agora custará muito para o depois. Em nome do presidente Lula, I hope to see you next year in Brazil. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Philip Isidore Mapango, Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, here we are yet for another COP, dubbed as a finance COP, where we need to work together in solidarity for a green world. We meet at a time when the greenhouse gas emissions and temperatures are rising to record-breaking levels with dire consequences, particularly to developing countries. Climate change is not a distant concern, but a current reality. The last few weeks have seen catastrophic flooding in Spain, devastating fires in the Amazon, and torrential rains displacing millions in South Asia. My country has also not been spared by such catastrophic events, and they are costing us 2 to 3% of our GDP lost annually. While a total of $19.2 billion will be needed by 2030 to deliver on our NDCs, so far only about $500 million have been received, necessitating use of our own internal resources at the expense of other development projects and increasing our debt burden. And this scenario is now the order of the day across Africa. And this is obviously inappropriate and unethical for adaptation, loss damage, and for Africa that never caused this problem. Since Copenhagen, the promise of real finance has been elusive. The finance COP, therefore, must move from empty rhetoric and come up with bold decisions that address the financing needs of countries corresponding to the urgency of the climate crisis. We look forward to a fit-for-purpose new collective quantified goal to replace the $100 billion goal agreed in 2009. This is indeed an opportunity to drive systemic change in climate finance, because what will be agreed will inform climate action or inaction for years to come. Climate finance is about responsibility and justice as agreed, and therefore COP29 must also maintain the momentum on loss and damage so that the fund does not become an empty shell, negating the gains made last year at COP28 in Dubai. Excellencies, Tanzania remains committed to contribute to global efforts to combat climate change. We are using own resources on projects that foster development and those that supply clean energy, environmentally friendly transportation systems, improved early warning systems, and waste management. In addition, Tanzania has a total area of 48.1 million hectares of forest reserves, with an estimated carbon storage potential equivalent to 2% of the world's total carbon. Also, Tanzania has territorial sea area covering 64,500 square kilometers, which provide a big potential for blue economy. We are committed to continue conserving these critical marine and forest ecosystems. Indeed, we are already acting in solidarity for a green world, even with our own meager resources. Yet the challenge we are facing is that carbon markets are not yet fully defined, and thus denying our countries the payments they deserve. There is lack of information and capacity to participate gainfully in carbon markets. To conclude, let me emphasize that we cannot talk about a just transition without focusing on clean cooking. That matters greatly to the majority of Africans. About 900 million people in Africa still cook using biomass fuels, resulting into deforestation, loss of carbon sinks, and deaths due to smoke-related diseases. For this reason, my president, Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, decided to champion clean cooking on the African continent, and we call on COP29 to take up clean cooking as one of the priority areas under a just transition and mitigation finance discussions. As a show of leadership, Tanzania is implementing the clean cooking strategy to ensure the availability of clean, safe, and affordable cooking energy to about 80% of households by 2034, and has launched a Pan-African Women Clean Cooking Support Program that requires financial support of about $4 billion annually by 2030 to transform the continent with clean cooking solutions. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Timimoko Mailet Kone, Vice President of Côte d'Ivoire. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, notre rencontre de ce jour se tient dans un contexte où la crise climatique a atteint un niveau d'urgence sans précédent. Le dernier rapport des Nations Unies sur le climat est alarmant. Notre planète se réchauffe à un rythme inquiétant qui nous éloigne de l'objectif de 1,5 degré Celsius fixé à Paris. L'humanité est à un tournant décisif et nous devons agir rapidement et collectivement pour faire face aux phénomènes climatiques de plus en plus destructeurs. Aucun pays ne semble d'ailleurs épargné. En Côte d'Ivoire, les actions audacieuses sont en cours. Sans ces actions, notre PIB pourrait baisser de 13% d'ici 2050 et près de 2 millions d'Ivoiriens pourraient basculer dans l'extrême pauvreté. Il est clair que les conséquences économiques, sociales et sanitaires seront inévitables si nous demeurons passifs. C'est pourquoi, sous le leadership de son Excellence M. Alassane Ouattara, président de la République de Côte d'Ivoire, notre pays a pris des mesures fortes qui confirment notre engagement dans la mise en œuvre de l'accord de Paris. Cette année, nous avons conclu avec le Fonds monétaire international la facilité pour la résilience et la durabilité et exploré en collaboration avec de nombreux partenaires, dont la Banque mondiale, des solutions de financement innovantes. Parallèlement, nous avons renforcé notre gouvernance en créant une commission nationale sur le changement climatique et un bureau du marché du carbone. Nous avons ainsi adopté un projet de loi sur le climat. Aujourd'hui, la Côte d'Ivoire est prête à intégrer le marché international de carbone avec des réductions d'émissions de haute intégrité liées à la préservation forestière. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous devons nous rendre à l'évidence. Les drames liés au climat, ainsi que la disparition rapide de la riche biodiversité de notre planète, menacent fortement notre avenir commun. Face à la gravité de cette situation, la Côte d'Ivoire appelle au respect des engagements pris lors des de la COP28 et lors des conférences précédentes, notamment l'abonnement des fonds pertes et dommages et la mobilisation des ressources attendues par l'Afrique et les pays en développement pour mieux s'adapter au changement climatique. Mais au-delà, les grandes économies doivent réduire drastiquement leurs émissions de gaz à effet de serre pour faciliter l'accès aux technologies climatiques et accélérer le financement de la transition énergétique des pays en développement. L'Afrique, qui fournit l'essentiel des matières premières stratégiques, doit légitimement bénéficier des ressources suffisantes pour financer sa transition énergétique sans s'endetter davantage. Mesdames et messieurs, cette conférence se doit d'être plus que jamais à la hauteur des attentes des populations du monde. À cet effet, les pays développés ont l'impérieux devoir de rehausser leur action en faveur du climat. Ils doivent trouver un accord plus ambitieux avec les pays en développement, basé sur un nouvel objectif de financement climatique, tenant compte des besoins spécifiques légitimes des régions les plus vulnérables aux effets de réchauffement. Le lourd tribut payé par nos populations face aux drames climatiques de plus en plus violents recommande que nous puissions dépasser nos divergences et nous accorder sur des financements urgents, indispensables pour parvenir à des solutions pérennes. Faisons ensemble que cette COP29 soit un tournant décisif en forgeant un consensus exemplaire sur ces grands enjeux pour protéger notre planète et assurer un avenir durable aux générations futures. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Hamid Abdullah Afi Didi, Vice President of the Seychelles. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege to stand in front of you and to present the position of Seychelles. Tiny group of islands of only 100,000 people, 115 islands. Most people live on about 3. Our land area is about 455 square kilometers. This is less than the size of Munich in Germany. But our maritime area is 1.374 million square kilometers. This is the size of France and Turkey put together. So 100,000 people managing a huge maritime space the size of France and Turkey. What are we doing in Seychelles to protect the environment and to protect the planet? Madam Chair, the UN has set all of us countries goals that we have to protect 30% of our land, fresh water, and our oceans by 2030. 30%. Of our little amount of land, we've protected half already. Of that huge expanse of sea that we have, we've already protected 32%. In other words, we have achieved the UN 30 by 30 4 years ago. So the Seychelles has performed. And in fact, of the sea area that we're protecting, there's an area called Saya de Mala, which is the size of Switzerland. And it's actually a seagrass meadow. What does it do? It absorbs carbon emission. So our output, we emit about 600,000 tons, but our seagrass meadow absorbs 18 million tons. So in other words, for every ton that we put out, we absorb 30 tons from the rest of the world. Having done all of that, what do we find? Rising sea level. It's threatening our port, our airport, our housing infrastructure, our fuel farm, our power station, our courts. Everything is being threatened. We have to relocate our houses. We have to relocate infrastructure. It may cost us $15 to $20 million to relocate houses, $15 to $20 million to relocate infrastructure. Where will we get the money for this? Well, there's been a lot of pledges through COP28, 27, 26, now 29. And Adaptation Fund, the Loss and Damage Fund, $700 million. But the mechanisms aren't clear. What Seychelles is asking, COP29, let's make this a resolution that we shall ask that the mechanisms to release those funds be decided. Just like the gong just went now, If this could have been done every time it made a boom, we could have released $1 million. I think this afternoon Seychelles would have had all the money that it needed to restore a lot of its damaged environment. So I say to COP29 and I say to the world, let us do all we can to put the words into action. There are countries punching way above their weight. Seychelles is doing its best to help the world. Please help us. Let's make these promises become a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency, Ms. Esperanza Maria Ecuador Francisco de Costa, Vice President of Angola. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. Excelências, chefes de Estado e de Governo, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, é com a mais elevada honra que me dirijo às distintas delegações presentes à 29ª Conferência das Partes da Convenção Quadro das Nações Unidas sobre as Alterações Climáticas, apresentando os cumprimentos de Sua Excelência João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, Presidente da República de Angola, a quem tenho a honra de representar neste evento. Permitam-me agradecer a Sua Excelência Ilham Aliyev, Presidente da República do Azerbaijan, pela hospitalidade nesta linda cidade de Baku. Saúde igualmente o Secretariado pelo árduo trabalho e diálogos mantidos que têm permitido aproximar a importância dos marcos globais assumidos desde a assinatura do Acordo de Paris e das conferências já realizadas. Nesta conferência, precisamos de proteger os progressos alcançados na COP28 e converter os compromissos assumidos em ações concretas. Só poderemos cumprir os objetivos do Acordo de Paris se todos os países dispuserem dos meios para acelerar as medidas de atenuação às alterações climáticas e de adaptação. Consideramos fundamental envidar mais esforços para aumentar rapidamente o financiamento da adaptação e fazer com que os mercados internacionais do carbono funcionem para todos. Criar mecanismos para acompanhar e garantir que os fundos prometidos sejam cumpridos, bem como operacionalizar plenamente o Fundo de Perdas e Danos, identificando mecanismos de acesso simplificados e eficientes para financiamento aos países em desenvolvimento, que são os mais afetados pelos impactos climáticos. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, a República de Angola, à semelhança de outros países da região africana, tem vindo a enfrentar desafios diversos, gerados por impactos significativos das alterações climáticas. A Estratégia Nacional para as Alterações Climáticas até 2035 integra, por isso, questões sobre as alterações climáticas de forma transversal nas políticas nacionais, bem como o financiamento, a melhoria da pesquisa, a observação e a análise dos cenários climáticos, de modo a identificar os múltiplos perigos e partilhar dados para responder aos diferentes problemas ligados às alterações climáticas, incluindo as migrações forçadas. A seca e a desertificação no sudoeste de Angola continua a ser a principal preocupação do governo, pois tem-se refletido negativamente nas comunidades e nos programas de desenvolvimento. Angola continua a implementar o programa de combate aos efeitos da seca na região sul de Angola, com a construção de novas barragens. Visamos promover o desenvolvimento agropecuário, o fortalecimento da segurança alimentar, conferindo maior resiliência às comunidades. Por outro lado, está em curso o Plano Nacional de Adaptação às Alterações Climáticas e em revisão a NDC para 2025. Que concentrar-se-á nos setores de transporte e energia. Destacamos os esforços para o fortalecimento da matriz energética nacional com energias renováveis, contribuindo atualmente com 66% de energia proveniente de projetos fotovoltaicos e hidroelétricos, que se prevê escalar os 72% até o final de 2027, refletindo o compromisso em abordar a poluição, a redução da emissão e promover uma transição para uma economia de baixo carbono. Consideramos a valorização das florestas numa nova visão de beneficiar a criação de empregos verdes, para que a juventude e as comunidades possam ser incluídas na gestão dos ecossistemas florestais. Continuamos a envidar esforços para o aumento das áreas de conservação terrestre e iniciamos um vasto programa de identificação de zonas marinhas ecologicamente significativas que permitirão a criação de redes de áreas marinhas protegidas, fator-chave no desenvolvimento da economia azul. Assim, temos concebido estratégias, programas e projetos diferenciados para intensificar os compromissos globais em relação às metas climáticas e, simultaneamente, garantir a melhoria das condições de vida das populações, reduzindo a pobreza e propiciando um ambiente de harmonia na região da África Austral, através da cooperação profícua por via da gestão partilhada de recursos hídricos transfronteiriços. Minhas senhoras e meus senhores, as nossas perspectivas não poderão ser alcançadas com tensões e conflitos que emergem no contexto internacional. Precisamos de aumentar os nossos compromissos com a estabilidade e com o pacto do futuro que queremos, adotado recentemente na Cimeira das Nações Unidas para construirmos um futuro melhor, reduzirmos a crise climática, a fome e a pobreza, promovendo a melhoria dos sistemas alimentares, a economia de baixas emissões, a equidade do género, a educação, a inovação e a paz, como novas decisões e legado às novas gerações. Muito obrigada pela vossa atenção.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Abdallah Alamini Bazwa, Vice Chairman of the Presidential Leadership Council of Yemen. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
فخامة الرئيس إلهام علييف رئيس جمهورية أذربيجان، أصحاب الفخامة والسيادة والسمو رؤساء الدول والحكومات، السيد الأمير العام للأمم المتحدة، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أود بداية أن أتقدم ببالغ الشكر والتقدير لجمهورية أذربيجان على حفاوة الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة والتنظيم الرائع لهذا المؤتمر الدولي الهام، والذي يعد فرصة حقيقية لتضافر وتكاتف الجهود العالمية لمواجهة تحدي المناخ الذي بات يشكل تهديداً وجودياً لكوكبنا. إننا نجتمع اليوم في مدينة باكو حاملين هموم كوكبنا على أكتافنا، هموم تتجاوز الحدود والجنسيات لتجمعنا جميعاً تحت سقف واحد، سقف الحفاظ على هذا الكوكب الذي هو موطننا المشترك. ولن أسترسل في توصيف المخاطر العالمية للتغيرات المناخية بعد أن أشار إليها الكثيرون من على هذا المنبر الدولي الرفيع، لكني سأتناول الموضوع من ناحية تأثر بلدي اليمن بهذه التغيرات المناخية. فاليمن تعصف به أزمات عميقة سياسية وأمنية واقتصادية وإنسانية، تتقاطع أيضاً مع أزمة مناخ عالمية تتمثل في موجات جفاف وتصحر متسارع وارتفاع درجات الحرارة ومستوى سطح البحر وأعاصير مدمرة، وكلها عوامل تفاقمت بسبب التغيرات المناخية المعقدة. وكل هذا زاد من هشاشة وضعنا الإنساني والاقتصادي الناتج عن حرب مستمرة منذ ما يزيد عن 10 سنوات أشعلتها الميليشيا الحوثية الإرهابية المدعومة إيرانياً. وقد تسببت هذه الحرب بتدمير البنى التحتية ونزوح ملايين اليمنيين وأضرار فادحة في الأرواح والممتلكات، ليشمل ذلك زراعة الميليشيات لملايين الألغام وتهديد البيئة البحرية بهجماتها الإرهابية على السفن التجارية في البحر الأحمر وخليج عدن والبحر العربي. إن أثر هذه الحرب يفاقم من صعوبة مواجهة تحديات المتغيرات المناخية. وعلى سبيل المثال فإن الأعاصير والفيضانات المفاجئة التي ضربت بلادي هذا العام تسببت بسقوط عشرات الضحايا وأكثر من 100,000 نازح. أصحاب الفخامة والسيادة، السيدات والسادة، إن الحكومة اليمنية تقف اليوم في مواجهة موجة من التحديات
فإلى جانب عملها بكل ما تستطيع للوفاء بالالتزامات الحتمية للمواطنين والدفاع عن كرامتهم وحريتهم في مواجهة مشاريع الميليشيات الحوثية والمنظمات الإرهابية الأخرى المتخادمة معها. فإن حكومتنا ملتزمة أيضاً بقيادة استراتيجيات وطنية لمواجهة الآثار السلبية لتغير المناخ، وذلك من خلال تعزيز القدرات المؤسسية وتبني سياسات مستدامة تهدف إلى التكيف مع المتغيرات المناخية والتخفيف من آثارها، وتحسين إدارة الموارد الطبيعية، وتطوير قدرات المجتمعات المحلية على مواجهة الكوارث وخصوصاً في المناطق الريفية والساحلية. وهو جهد يعكس إيماننا الكامل بأن الاستثمار في المناخ هو استثمار في المستقبل، استثمار في السلام والاستقرار والاستدامة. وعليه فإنني أتوجه باسم الشعب اليمني بالتحية والتقدير للأشقاء في المملكة العربية السعودية ودولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة الذين بادروا إلى هذا النوع من الاستثمار الرشيد من أجل المستقبل والتخفيف من تداعيات التغيرات المناخية على الشعب اليمني، وهو الدور المعول أيضاً على المجتمع الدولي والمنظمات والفعاليات المعنية حول العالم. السيدات والسادة، إن الحديث عن واقع كوكبنا لا يمكن بأي حال من الأحوال أن يغفل آثار الحروب والانتهاكات الجسيمة على مستقبل الحياة البشرية، وهي الصورة التي يجسدها العدوان الإسرائيلي على قطاع غزة ولبنان باعتباره جريمة بحق الإنسانية والطبيعة على حد سواء. إنه جريمة بحق الحياة. ومن هذا المنبر أجدد موقفنا الثابت المتضامن مع كافة الشعوب التواقة للحرية والسلام والعدالة، وفي المقدمة الشعب الفلسطيني الصابر والمناضل في سبيل عزته وكرامته وإقامة دولته المستقلة كاملة السيادة. ونحيي نتائج القمة العربية والإسلامية الغير عادية التي انعقدت يوم أمس بالرياض. ختاماً، إن الحفاظ على كوكبنا ليس خياراً بل هو واجب علينا جميعاً، فالأرض هي بيتنا وهي الإرث الذي سنتركه لأجيال قادمة. إننا نؤمن بأن مواجهة هذه التحديات يتطلب تعاونا دوليا واسعا وجادا، فمواجهة تلك التحديات ليس مجرد استثمار في الحاضر بل هو استثمار في مستقبلنا المشترك. فدعونا نجعل من هذا المؤتمر نقطة تحول لالتزامنا جميعا بالعمل الجاد من أجل مستقبل أكثر أمانا واستدامة. وشكرا جزيلا.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Michael Bisbek Usi, Vice President of Malawi. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Your Excellencies, I bring to you greetings from the President of the Republic of Malawi, Dr. Lazarus Makafe Chakwera, and the people of Malawi. It is an honor for me to join you here today in Baku at this COP29 summit. This gathering is a powerful reminder of our collective duty. The duty is to secure a healthy, resilient, and sustainable planet for generations to come. Your Excellencies, I'm also profoundly honored that at this conference, I am wearing two hats, representing my country, Malawi, as well as the voices of 45 other nations in the least developed countries group. Excellencies, in Malawi, the climate change is not a distant abstraction. We see its effects firsthand, and we feel its impact each day. Devastating floods, prolonged droughts, and unpredictable weather patterns continue to disrupt lives, destabilize livelihoods, and threaten the well-being of future generations. For a country like Malawi, the consequences are not only economic, but also deeply inhumane. The catastrophe comprises food security, public health, and infrastructure development, exacerbates poverty, and undermines our hard-won development gains. However, in all these hardships and obstacles we are facing, Malawi remains steadfast in its commitment to climate action. Yes, as we said, we are a small country with a big heart, the big heart to surmount our hardships. Through our national determined contributions, we have committed to ambitious targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, enhancing climate resilience, and transitioning to sustainable energy sources. Yes, with adequate resources and partnerships, we believe these targets can transform our communities, strengthen food security, and empower our people to thrive in the face of climate changes. Your Excellencies, like I said earlier, that I am also speaking on behalf of all least developed countries, I would like to make the voice louder that the hour for change is now. COP29 is not simply a conference, it is a call to action, a defining moment for our collective future. This conference follows a landmark decision and a global stake we made last year in Dubai, which reinforced that we must do more and we must do it with great resolve. As LDC's community, we call out upon all the parties to implement the recommendations from the global stock tech, particularly enhancing climate finance, accelerating clean energy transitions. We must collectively accelerate our transition to renewable energy and reduce dependency on fossil fuels. Strengthening adaptation, prioritizing loss and damage. This fund must be designed to directly benefit those who have suffered the most and with flexibility to meet the specific needs to each affected nation. I thank you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Jeremiah Kapang Young, Vice President of Liberia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Liberia congratulates the government and people of Azerbaijan for assuming the presidency of COP29 and the warm hospitality accorded us. I bring you greetings from Excellency Joseph Yuma Boakai, Senior President of the Republic of Liberia. Madam President, Excellency, we have gathered here in Baku to deliberate on issues of climate change and global challenges that continue to undermine national development. This year, we witnessed most of our lowlands being flooded, giving rise to loss of lives, destruction of property, and displacement of people. This is why COP29 must set the basis for loss and damage fund. We need a simple but accountable process that avoids unnecessary bureaucracy. Liberia calls for a stronger cooperative action and decision on Article 6.2, 6.4, and 6.8 at COP29, consistent with the African Group position in operationalizing carbon market and non-carbon credit mechanism. In 2021, Liberia formulated an ambitious second-generation nationally determined contribution committed to reduce greenhouse gas by 64% based on adequate financing. Excellency, I am pleased to inform this summit that Liberia will further increase her climate ambition during the formulation of the country's third-generation NDC, taking into consideration biodiversity protection, including the conservation of mangroves, freshwater ecosystem service, child rights, human mobility, and others. This means the issue of climate finance will be an integral part of the country's third-generation NDC. Therefore, I call on developed countries to increase their contribution in fulfilling the new collective quantified goal on climate financing. Madam President, Excellency, Liberia has established a national climate laboratory at the University of Liberia. This learning center is intended to build the human resource of the country in addressing climate challenges at the national level. To conclude, humanity has faced numerous problems in the past, but it is collective efforts that have kept us going. This is our time. If we hold together and speak with one voice, holding each other accountable in a fair and equitable manner, we will fight the nightmare of climate change and global warming, and we will succeed. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Prosper Bazuma Banza, Vice President of Burundi. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la COP29, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement, et vous distingués chefs de délégation, c'est un honneur et un réel plaisir de prononcer ce discours en lieu et place de Son Excellence le général-major Evariste Ndayishimiye, président de la République du Burundi et du gouvernement burundais à son rendez-vous crucial de la COP29. Mais avant tout propos, permettez-moi d'apprécier à juste titre l'accueil chaleureux dont nous avons fait l'objet moi-même et ma délégation par le gouvernement d'Azerbaïdjan. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le Burundi, pays de 1001 collines couvertes de verdure et pays aux forêts et savanes, se trouve malgré tout confronté aux effets du changement climatique comme les autres pays du monde, ce qui se manifeste chez nous par de faibles précipitations ou même de fortes précipitations, ainsi que des périodes de saison sèche devenues plus longues. Le Burundi s'est fermement engagé aux côtés des pays signataires de l'accord de Paris à travers le document des contributions déterminées au niveau national qui se réfère sur le plan national de développement du Burundi 2018-2027. À travers ce document, le gouvernement burundais vise que les écosystèmes puissent s'adapter naturellement au changement climatique. Des actions prioritaires d'adaptation et d'atténuation des effets dus au changement climatique dans toutes les politiques et plans sectoriels sont prises en compte par une approche multisectorielle. Et ici, vous me permettrez de ne citer qu'un programme, en l'occurrence celui de la mise en œuvre de la reforestation de tout le pays dans un vaste programme national de plantation d'arbres dénommé Ewe Burundi Urambaye en français, au Burundi, pays devenu plutôt vert. Pour mieux opérationnaliser et rendre durables ces programmes, des outils de planification et de suivi ont été développés. De plus, de vastes programmes de cours environnementaux ont été intégrés dans les programmes d'enseignement à tous les niveaux, du primaire jusqu'à l'enseignement supérieur. Le Burundi s'aligne à la position commune des pays du continent africain AGN ainsi que celle des pays les moins avancés. Et ce qui est en conformité avec l'agenda 2030 ainsi que la vision d'un Burundi émergent en 2040 et développé en 2060. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le Burundi voudrait saisir cette occasion pour demander aux parties impliquées dans la mise en œuvre de l'accord de Paris de s'acquitter de leurs engagements de soutenir les pays plus exposés aux impacts du changement climatique dont le Burundi. En conclusion, nous voudrions interpeller les mécanismes financiers à mettre en place des processus simplifiés permettant l'accès facile aux fonds de financement climatique afin que les pays les plus vulnérables puissent faire face le plus rapidement possible aux effets du changement climatique. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Pedro Sanchez Perez Caston, President of the Government of Spain. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excelencias, he venido hasta aquí para alertar de una terrible verdad que la ciencia lleva demasiado tiempo señalando y que aún así hay algunos que siguen despreciando, y es que el cambio climático mata. Solo el año pasado mató a más de 300.000 personas y acaba de contribuir a la muerte de más de 220 de mis compatriotas en España, en el mayor desastre natural de nuestra historia. Un desastre que, según las primeras investigaciones, habría sido menos probable y menos intenso sin el efecto del cambio climático. El planeta, por tanto, nos está dando señales cada vez más claras, y es que si no actuamos en el futuro cercano, nuestros países sufrirán más sequías, más olas de calor, más lluvias torrenciales, más incendios y enfermedades. Y muchos sectores económicos colapsarán. Cientos de ciudades y pueblos se volverán inhabitables y la subida del mar y de los termómetros harán que prácticamente sea inhabitable el poder vivir en esas localidades. Esta amenaza existencial es ya evidente para cualquiera. Ha pasado de los artículos académicos a nuestras televisiones y ventanas, pero aún así, en este momento tan crucial para la humanidad, estamos viendo a muchos gobiernos titubear, frenar el paso cuando se necesita avanzar más rápido o incluso negar la evidencia, darse la vuelta y caminar hacia atrás, volviendo al petróleo, a los vehículos de combustión, a la desregulación, solo para que los ricos sigan siendo más ricos, aun a sabiendas de que esa fórmula nos conducirá a todos al desastre. Y por tanto no podemos permitirlo. Sabemos cuál es el problema, también sabemos qué tenemos que hacer para resolverlo. No necesitan medidas drásticas, no tenemos que renunciar a la abundancia ni volver a la edad de piedra. Tenemos que transformarnos, tenemos que cambiar la forma en la que nos movemos, generamos riqueza y nos relacionamos con el planeta. Tenemos que innovar, tenemos que descarbonizar, tenemos que emplear nuevos materiales y procesos, impulsar la circularidad, adaptar nuestras ciudades, nuestros campos, infraestructuras para que sean más resilientes a las nuevas realidades climáticas. Por tanto, no se trata de decrecer, sino de crecer de una manera distinta, más sostenible y, por tanto, más responsable. Lograrlo no va a ser fácil, pero es posible. Y lo sé porque lo dice la evidencia. Porque, por ejemplo, en mi país, en España, ya lo estamos haciendo. En los últimos años hemos convertido la transición ecológica en una fuente de modernización y de prosperidad. Hemos reducido en un 40% nuestras emisiones y nuestro consumo de recursos naturales. Y al mismo tiempo hemos sido la economía de la OCDE que más ha crecido y que más empleo ha creado durante estos últimos años. Y se puede crecer con equidad, por tanto, y respetar el planeta. Por eso les ruego, no hagan caso a quienes dicen que la transición ecológica es incompatible con el bienestar de las naciones o que es mala para las clases medias y trabajadoras, porque no es cierto. De hecho, es justo lo contrario. Si no conquistamos la sostenibilidad, si nuestros niveles de bienestar y seguridad no se adecúan a esa sostenibilidad, van a caer considerablemente a lo largo de la próxima década. Y los primeros en sufrirlo serán precisamente esas clases medias y trabajadoras, porque son las que trabajan en los sectores y viven en las zonas más amenazadas. Eso es justo lo que ha pasado en España, en concreto en Valencia, donde todavía hay personas desaparecidas y cientos de hogares cubiertos por el lodo. Por eso estoy aquí, Excelencias, porque en este momento solo hay una cosa tan importante como ayudar a las víctimas de esta terrible tragedia en Valencia, y es evitar que se produzca de nuevo, evitar que los desastres naturales se repitan y se multipliquen. España cumplirá, se lo garantizo. Vamos a seguir transformándonos para hacer que antes de 2050 seamos una sociedad neutra en carbono y respetuosa con los límites medioambientales, pero de poco servirá si solo lo hacemos unos y no todos, porque el planeta tiene una sola atmósfera y todos sus patrones climáticos están interconectados. Por eso concluyo pidiendo, como uno de los países más vulnerables ante el cambio climático, que actuemos. que dejemos de arrastrar los pies, que dejemos de negar la ciencia, que cumplamos con la promesa que le hicimos a la humanidad hace 7 años cuando firmamos el Acuerdo de París. Salvemos las vidas de nuestros ciudadanos, salvemos sus economías y salvemos el planeta. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Royal Highness Al Hussein bin Abdullah II, Crown Prince of Jordan. Your Royal Highness, you have the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. On behalf of Jordan, I thank His Excellency President Ilham Aliyev and the people and government of Azerbaijan for hosting this important summit. We have gathered here under the banner of solidarity, the family of nations joining as one to protect the planet we share. We all know that without common action, we are destined to fall short. Yet, we meet at a moment when faith in our ability to stand together is broken. When global norms, including the UN Charter and the Geneva Conventions, are being flouted with impunity. When trust in the international community to stand up for its own values has collapsed. When humanitarian violations are broadcast daily for the whole world to see, yet continue to be ignored and dismissed without consequence. Saving our planet must start from the premise that all lives are worth saving. The solidarity we need depends on embracing that truth. Yet, over the past 13 months, the world has stood by as thousands of Palestinians have been killed in Gaza, the majority women and children. How can we work together for our shared future when some are deemed unworthy of one? The ongoing violence in my region undermines peace and security beyond its borders. In the end, this will benefit no one. My part of the world is already exposed to the harsh realities of climate change, to heat, to drought, to loss of biodiversity. The war is compounding environmental challenges for Gaza and beyond. A recent United Nations Environment Programme study highlighted contamination of land, water, and air. Sewage and waste management systems have been destroyed. Entire communities are now graveyards of debris. Another study found that rebuilding Gaza will result in total emissions higher than the annual emissions of more than 135 countries. An inclusive, just approach to the climate challenge requires that we address the links between climate, peace, and security. Nowhere is this clearer than among global refugee communities and their hosts, who are some of the most vulnerable to climate change. During COP29, His Majesty King Abdullah II launched the Global Climate Refugee Nexus Initiative. 58 countries have signed on to date, and we invite others to join. 1 in every 3 people living in Jordan is a refugee, and our infrastructure is feeling the strain. We face rising demand on stressed resources and services, including water, health, and education. And while we in Jordan have made significant strides in clean energy, water conservation, and climate-smart agriculture, these efforts are not enough. We need to rally communities around climate action and secure a better future for our youth and generations to come. In my country, we are implementing climate policies while grappling with the impacts of conflict. Yet, we can't solve these twin crises alone. As our summit works towards a new collective quantified goal, we must prioritize refugee hosting countries, especially those in climate hotspots, and ensure that global climate financing mechanisms uphold accountability and transparency for all. Just as urgently, we must rebuild trust in the international community itself and acknowledge past failures. Our inability to collectively do what is right is turning us into passive observers, fully aware, yet unwilling to act. As His Majesty King Abdullah has said, no one is a bystander in the fight for life on Earth. That means fighting against climate change, fighting for peace, and fighting to alleviate human suffering together, because every life is worth fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Mia Amor Mortley, Prime Minister of Barbados. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. It is fitting that this 29th COP should take place here in this beautiful city of Baku, standing as it does the sentinel between East and West doorway, between the global North and the global South, a bridge between the ancient, the modern, and indeed the future, with the majestic Caucasus Mountains behind us, reminding us of the heights that we must now scale in order to be successful in this process. We are in the midst of a climate crisis. We are in a season of superlatives. And the reality is that these extreme weather events that the world is facing daily suggest that humanity and the planet are hurtling towards catastrophe. The extreme weather requires from us a serious commitment at this COP with respect to new collective quantified goals that enable us to reverse the current trajectory and to fund mitigation, adaptation, and of course loss and damage. This commitment must encompass 7 critical elements. 1, the proper capitalization of the Loss and Damage Fund, and indeed the capitalization of the dedicated SIDS window in the GEF's Special Climate Change Fund. The latter remains unfunded, and the first underfunded. The reality is that the Loss and Damage Fund has only attracted $700 million, and this is despite the numerous crises besetting small island developing states, and indeed in our own region, Hurricane Beryl, which has caused serious damage to countries from housing to public infrastructure, and indeed from agriculture to fisheries in my own country. Secondly, proper capitalization of developing countries must also include and have access to cheaper, longer-term capital in circumstances where they can scale up investments for adaptation. Thirdly, the economic noose of tightening the fiscal space must be loosened by adopting the principles, in our view, of Bridgetown Initiative 3.0 through the delivery of urgently needed financial reforms. We must change the rules of the game, shock-proof vulnerable economies, and indeed review debt sustainability while at the same time augmenting resources. Fourthly, rich countries must deliver on their commitments. We must ensure, time and again, that the commitments made, whether for 0.7% of GNI, or indeed the $100 billion, or recently the $30 billion with respect to biodiversity, that these are met. We must have transparency and accountability on the part of everyone. Fifthly, we must agree in principle that developed countries and carbon producers can, in fact, along with others who are willing, help us find new money to augment the resources. We accept that the current commitments for public money may not be sufficient, and therefore we need to consider levies, as the Global Solidarity Levies Committee and Coalition is seeking to do. If we put a $5 per ton on CO2 for fossil fuel extraction, we can raise $210 billion a year. If we put $100 per ton on CO2 for shipping, we can raise in excess of $80 billion a year. And we've not addressed aviation or indeed the elephant in the room, a 0.1% levy on all bonds and stocks that can raise us in excess of $400 billion. Sixthly, we need to deal with methane. Methane is responsible for 45% of current global warming and is 80 times as devilish as CO2 with respect to warming the planet. This makes mitigation of methane the most effective way to slow the rate of warming in our world. And I trust and pray that we can have a global methane agreement, as Pope Francis led the call earlier this year for us to see a parallel track to decarbonization. Finally, we need high-integrity carbon markets to ensure that there is fairness, and that we need a universal carbon pricing mechanism to remove the disparity between countries in the North and South. My friends, every COP must make progress irrespective of the geopolitical dynamics. There is an urgent need to reform this COP process, and I hope that we can meet that as we go forward. As we leave this city of winds and land of fire, may we ensure that our ambitions are not only high, but our actions mimic the ambitions which we have, if we are to ensure that our people are not to be the victims of this awful climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Alexander De Croo, Prime Minister of Belgium. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam President, dear colleagues, this is not a time to falter. Emissions continue to rise, and we see more and more destructive climate disasters. There is one certainty. If we do not alter our policies, we will see an increase of 3 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. Our citizens expect us to show a way out. They want us to collaborate on a faster and more resolute decarbonization and moving away from fossil fuels. We have to be ambitious in our goals, but effective and flexible in how to achieve them. Dear colleagues, meetings like these are often perceived as talking shops. And yes, these strenuous negotiations are far from perfect. But if you compare climate policy now to a decade ago, we live in different worlds. A strong majority has embarked on the journey to net zero. Yet, many challenges remain. The safest, cleanest, and cheapest energy is the one we do not use. We must do more on energy efficiency. It's a win-win. Investment in clean energy is increasing everywhere, but least developed countries are missing out. We are seeing massive amounts of renewable capacity being added to our grids, but interconnectivity and storage capacity have not followed the pace. In this climate challenge, there is no one silver bullet. There is not one solution that will fix all of our issues. We need to use everything we have. Not a policy of less, but a policy of more. More growth, more cooperation, more innovation, more investment, but affordable and achievable for everyone. This is our political objective in order to ensure a just transition. Citizens will buy electric cars and will insulate their homes, but only when it makes economic sense. Allow me as well to emphasize the importance of ensuring a just climate transition. Global competition needs to be fair. In this regard, Belgium and the EU will redouble efforts to strengthen the competitiveness and the sustainability of our economy. A just transition also matters domestically, as a transition for our economies should leave no one behind and should ensure the creation of high-quality jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, let us turn to the objectives for COP29. First, this must be the enabling COP. Let's implement what we agreed upon. Future national plans should align with the 1.5 degrees goal. Second, this is also the financing COP. The new collective quantified finance goal will be its most important deliverable. In reaching this goal, we should prioritize the needs of the least developed and the most vulnerable countries. And only when we mobilize private actors, we will reach the trillions of investments that are needed globally. Dear colleagues, Belgium has doubled its climate finance, given mostly in grants and focused on the least developed countries. On top of this, thanks to public guarantees, we mobilized an additional €500 million to developing countries. Belgium is also an adaptation champion. We have to redouble our efforts in adaptation to reduce the impact of climate change on planet and people. Adaptation is absolutely crucial to convince our citizens that they can make a difference in their lives and ensure their safety. Ladies and gentlemen, humanity could easily despair and lose hope. We could also lose ourselves in the complexity and the impossibility of the task at hand. However, we should find inspiration in what we have achieved so far. Let's create a context where these solutions become accessible to everyone. Only then COP29 will be a success. Let's make this happen. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Sir Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. The United Kingdom is determined to stand alongside those countries on the front line of the climate crisis today and to seize the opportunities of tomorrow. Because action on climate now is the route towards economic growth, energy security, better jobs and national security in the long term, to deliver on the Paris Agreement and keep 1.5 degrees within reach. In the first 100 days of my government, we launched Great British Energy to create clean British power. We created a national wealth fund to invest in the green industries and jobs of the future. We scrapped the ban on onshore wind, committed to no new North Sea oil and gas licenses, and closed the UK's final coal power plant at the end of September, becoming the first G7 economy to phase out coal power, in line with the international agreement at COP28 to transition from fossil fuels, and the UK's ambitious goal to be the first major economy to deliver clean power by 2030. Today, I can confirm 3 months ahead of the deadline the UK's 2035 international target, our nationally determined contribution to reduce all greenhouse gas emissions by at least 81% on 1990 levels, aligned with 1.5 degrees. And we urge all parties to come forward with ambitious targets of their own, as we all agreed at the last COP. We will work in partnership to support other countries to develop their own commitments and transition through our forthcoming Global Clean Power Alliance. And finance will be its first focus. We will honour the commitment made by the previous government to provide £11.6 billion of climate finance between April 2021 and March 2026. But we must use public finance as a multiplier to unlock much more private investment and reform our international financial institutions. Today, we launched the new CIF capital market mechanism listed on the London Stock Exchange, with the potential to mobilise up to $75 billion in additional climate capital for developing countries over the next decade, putting the UK's role as a global financial centre at the service of driving the green finance and green energy transitions. Climate action is at the heart of this government's mission for the protection and prosperity of Britain and the world, writ large across our domestic and international priorities. We are taking the urgent action needed to protect our planet and its people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Viktor Orbán, Prime Minister of Hungary. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank President Aliyev for hosting this important conference. Azerbaijan is a key partner for Europe in reaching our climate goals, making it the ideal place to host today's conference. Last week, Budapest hosted the European Political Community Summit and the European Council Summit as well. Almost 50 heads of state and government gathered in Budapest, where European leaders adopted a new declaration on competitiveness. The Budapest Declaration will shape the European Union's approach to climate issues as well. Our mission is to make Europe more competitive, and we approach climate protection with this vision in our mind. We are proud that Hungary is among the few countries of the world in the recent years which has been able to enhance its economic performance parallel to decreasing its emissions. We cannot sacrifice our industry or agriculture in this process. We must continue advancing the green transition while also maintaining our use of natural gas, oil and nuclear energy. The price of climate change should not be paid by our farmers. Farmers are the backbone of our economy and society. We must offer them stability and predictability to thrive. We cannot impose unrealistic quotas or burdensome rules on farmers and companies, but should offer practical support for them. The green transition and the fight against climate change should not be done against the business community, but together with it. We need clear financial guarantees and significant investment. Large corporations must contribute their fair share to climate protection. Our climate policy should be guided by careful consideration and common sense, not by ideology, alarmism or panic. Each should align with the opinion and interest of European citizens. In Hungary, we are also positioning ourselves to be a significant player in electric vehicle development and electricity storage. We continue to invest into our already robust nuclear industry, increasing its share to 70% when it comes to supplying our all electric demand. And geographically, we play a key role in energy transit between East and West. Hungary stands out in Europe with the lowest utility cost for citizens, while also achieving one of the highest rates of green energy expansion over the past several years. We are a leader in economically sustainable climate protection, ranking fourth among EU countries for reducing carbon emissions per unit of energy produced. Looking ahead, we have set even more ambitious goals by 2030. We aim not just for a 40% reduction in greenhouse emission, but for 50%. I firmly believe that by working together, we can balance ambition with pragmatism, establishing Europe as a global leader in climate action, with compromising the prosperity of our industries and agriculture. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Distinguished heads of state and government, delegates, honored guests, this brings us to the end of our national statements for today. We will continue with the delivery of national statements tomorrow at 10:00 hours in this plenary. With this, I declare this joint meeting of the COP, CMP, and the CMA adjourned. Hit it together. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, we will now hear special messages. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Mr. Xi Jinping, President Xi Jinping's Special Representative and First Vice Premier of China. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
尊敬的各位同事、女士们、先生们、朋友们，很高兴作为中国国家主席习近平的特别代表出席世界领导人气候峰会。首先，我谨荣幸地转达习近平主席对阿塞拜疆举办峰会的良好祝愿。 习主席高度赞赏阿塞拜疆作为COP29主席国为推动全球气候治理做出的积极努力和贡献，预祝大会取得圆满成功。今年是联合国气候变化框架公约生效实施30周年，站在新的历史起点，我们要携手推动巴库大会取得令人满意的成果，不负国际社会热切期盼。为此，我谈3点看法和建议。第一，加强全球气候治理，共同但有区别的责任原则是基石。发达国家应当展现更大的雄心和行动，履行率先减排义务，提前碳中和时间。发展中国家也要在能力范围内尽最大努力。中方将提交覆盖全经济范围，包括所有温室气体的2035国家自主贡献，努力争取2060年前实现碳中和。第二，解决气候变化问题，归根结底要靠发展方式的彻底变革。中国电动汽车、锂电池、光伏产品等优质产能，为世界绿色发展提供了重要助力。国际社会应共同努力，以公平、有序、公正的方式，加速能源转型，维护新能源产业链、供应链稳定，促进绿色产品和技术的可及与革新，加快培育新质生产力。第三，提升应对气候变化能力，资金和技术是关键支撑。2016年以来，中国提供并动员项目资金超过1770亿元人民币，有力地支持其他发展中国家应对气候变化。我们呼吁发达国家加大对发展中国家的资金支持和技术转让，期待这次大会达成更有力度的新资金项目，为下一阶段全球气候行动提供信心和保障。中方愿同各方一道，以构建人类命运共同体理念为引领，合力保护人类共同的地球家园，共建清洁美丽的世界。谢谢大家。
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Hashim Samitro Dijojo Hadikusumo, Special Envoy to the President of Indonesia. You have the floor.
I am representing my President, Prabowo Subianto, who unfortunately cannot attend this important event due to prior commitments. He promises to enhance Indonesia's climate action and continue the policies set out by his predecessors. President Prabowo envisions economic growth beyond 8% per year and ensures green, resilient, and inclusive development for all of our people. This vision determines our ambition to reduce greenhouse gas emissions towards net zero by 2060 or sooner, and avoiding 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide emissions. We are shifting from fossil fuel-based to renewable-based development with 75% of additional power generation capacity. 70,000 kilometers of smart transmission lines will be constructed to transmit energy across Indonesia's main and most populous islands. Indonesia will also develop a green smart grid, adding 42 gigawatts of wind and solar power, tripling energy capacity totaling 75 gigawatts. Affordable clean energy will be provided to accelerate growth, create more jobs, ensure food security, and alleviate poverty for the people's prosperity, while balancing growth with environmental sustainability. We will commence to reforest more than 12 million hectares of severely degraded forest over time, revitalize degraded land to increase food production, protect our oceans for a prosperous blue economy, and empower our local communities for climate resilience and quality green jobs. Our efforts require three enablers: a comprehensive green growth policy framework, which we are finalizing, massive investments of $235 billion, and international collaboration. We need to mobilize global resources in terms of technology, finance, and investment, forming a united front to combat global warming and reclaim humankind's right to survive. Indonesia is indeed blessed with extensive saline aquifers, which offer nearly 500 gigatons of carbon capture and storage capacity. Several multinational companies have expressed high interest in such multi-billion-dollar projects. We further commit to developing a robust carbon market, starting with optimizing Indonesia's 557 million tons of verified carbon credits. We must work together to provide a better future for next generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, I wish you a good evening. The high-level segment will resume tomorrow.